University live with the Esports Series Championship Nationals. It's day 1 of 4, so I hope you are ready for an action-packed weekend of the finest that high school esports has to offer. I'm Mr. Bepic, joined up here on the main stage with Dino Nugget God. Dino, how you doing today?
I am extravagant, man. Let me tell you, Bepic, it was a little bit of a crazy morning here. We're taking a little bit of time to get things set up, but let me tell you, when I say the vibes are high, people are hyped. I see some people warming up. We got people dressed as dinos. We got someone in a hey hat. I mean, they're really embracing their tourism today.
I'm pretty astounded at the dressing up and the signs and the fanfare that we have going on here at the Full Sail University venue that we're playing at for the first several days. I mean, we've got parents here. We got grandparents, aunts, uncles, teachers. Everyone is here to support these kids. Yeah, we even got dogs supporting their family members here at Full Sail University. So we're stoked to be here. We've got a lot of esports to talk about. You and I are on Fortnite, but we do want to talk about Marvel Rivals first, because on Saturday we have 8 Marvel Rivals teams that will be competing for their shot in glory in their respective esport. Those are the pools right there. So I hope those 8 are ready.
Yeah, man, I'm looking forward to watching Marvel Rivals. I mean, I don't know as far as how things go with bans, but it's my biggest question here for the weekend is Gambit going to be banned, or are there going to be like a natural truce as far as keeping Gambit in for a healer? Because if you guys watch any higher levels of Marvel Rivals, you know Gambit is a must pick.
Well, it's going to be an interesting Saturday of Marvel Rivals, but of course, after teams play their pools, the top 2 make it out to the single elimination bracket played out on Sunday. So high stakes, you got to come ready to play for every single esport that will be here this weekend, including Overwatch as well. We want to touch on Overwatch 2, similar formats with the pools that feed into that single elimination bracket. Those are the 8 teams competing in Overwatch on Saturday.
Yeah, so for Saturday, with Overwatch, it's gonna be very similar kind of game, right? Marvel Rivals and Overwatch, similar game style, similar tournament pool. It's just slightly different, you know. Overwatch, you got, you know, those high schoolers, they have a little bit more experience, you know. Overwatch has been around longer. Maybe some of those high schoolers been playing the game. So yeah, like you said, Overwatch is going to be similar to Rivals, but different in that I think the high school bracket's going to be a little bit more competitive.
Well, you do want to top your pools. Same deal, top 2 escape to play in the Full Sail University Fortress on Sunday, which is where we'll be shifting for that final day of competition. But of course, what you and I are here for today and tomorrow, we got Fortnite coming up.
That Fortnite,
6 drops total. 48 teams have come here to compete for their shot at glory, and a couple rings that we're flexing on the caster desk here. Gorgeous rings. We'll take them out of the case, I think, and show the camera in a little bit. But those are the prizes, in addition to the pride and glory of representing your team on one of the biggest stages in high school esports. 6 drops to do it.
Yeah, man, I'm excited. So today, if I'm not mistaken, is going to be kind of like a play-in. We're going to feel each other out, and tomorrow is where all the prize, all the eyes, all the glory, all of the lights, if you will, are going to be on these players.
Well, it compounds, actually. You want a good start because all 6 of the drops are what add to your point totals as the day goes along. And so you want to start out hot. Yes, tomorrow will definitely be the most important. You got to come to play on the final day because you'll get sort of a feel for what the field looks like, where you're at in the table. But, I mean, an elimination or 2 today could be the difference between a championship and second place tomorrow.
That's true. I'm excited to see how they play today, especially compared to what we see in modern FNCS, like we see in different things like skin cups and cash cups and different things like that. Game 1 teams, you know, usually they frag out. They go and just try to get kills game 1. Is that what we're going to see dropping into game 1, or is it going to be a little bit more reserved? Is the play style going to be different, especially compared to pros and high school? You know, we're going to see kind of that shift in kind of what separates the boys from the men.
Genuinely, I'm not sure what to expect, whether we're going to see an aggressive start from these kids today, because you can come into today with the sort of mentality of, I want to feel things out, aggression, while everyone's a little bit nervous playing on this national stage. Can you get away with extra aggressive rotations, maybe some lurk plays to pick a team off early? Can you take the fight to a squad that's contesting your drop spot early on in that first drop? Can you be that team that grabs a gun and then starts fighting immediately after that? Or do you want to feel it out on a more passive scale? Do you want to be the last team rotating in to that next stage of the storm circle? I think we'll figure out as that first game goes along what the idea is for a lot of these teams and who will be contesting which drops. But I mean, you do get to drop your lowest placement today and tomorrow, and so you kind of have a little bit of a buffer room to work with.
Yeah, absolutely. I think especially I'm hoping it's not going to be like one team on top for the whole thing. But like you said, that rule right there where you get to drop your worst placement, that's going to be good for a team that maybe contests a drop, doesn't grab a gun, dies early, and then that's just didn't even happen,
Although you do have to sit back and watch everybody else play out the first game. We're doing 3 today, and so only half of the total drops, but still, it's going to sting a little bit if you do drop out extremely early. And you got that buffer, but once that lowest placement is gone, you have a lot more pressure on your shoulders.
You got to lock in.
You really do. You got to lock in from the start. You can't maybe be locking in a little bit more.
Yeah, I guess instead of playing back, you got to lean forward a little
gamer
bit.
Stance.
Yeah.
And for these kids, I mean, I have to wonder, how are they going to handle the pressure? Because you don't learn in school how to play on a national championship stage. You don't really learn growing up how to play on a national championship stage. There are very tangible nerves in this room, and that'll be the case all throughout this weekend. And I think the winning team is going to be the squad that can handle it the best, because your mechanics are good maybe 60% of what contributes to a championship team, and probably 25% of that is how you handle the nerves.
Right, I completely agree with you here. I mean, I'm talking to a few players, talking to a few moms. Hey, how we feeling? How we doing? Most of the vibes here were either I'm doing good or I'm feeling a little nervous.
Yeah.
I think it was more the moms saying that they're a little nervous, but, all the boys down here, all the girls down here, they're excited. They're ready. They're looking hot. We're doing good.
I mean, these are the finest that the XP League and the Valhalla Esports League have to offer. So I'm stoked to see everybody in one place, because you got teams that qualified through fall placements all the way back. What is that, 8 months ago now?
Yeah.
Winter placements, spring placements, a little bit more recent, and even some squads that didn't medal in their respective competition, their respective league, that had to go through a qualifier to get to the ESC Nationals. So, I mean, we got a lot of teams coming from a lot of different places across the country, both, how they qualified to the event and regionally as well. Right. I mean, Orange County represented, Frisco, Franklin. XP League does a lot with their regional competitions. And so everyone's coming all over for their chance to compete here, and that will make the moms nervous.
Yeah, I totally understand. And if I was a mom, I'd be a little nervous too.
Yeah.
I think they were doing some announcements beforehand. I think they said 364 teams whittled down to just the top 48. Wow. I mean, that's 500. That's 500 high schoolers whittled down to 98.
Yep.
That's kind of crazy.
That's already pretty prestigious. Yeah. I mean, making it to land is a huge accomplishment.
Just getting here, in and of itself, just being in here with all the production, like I said, all the lights, all the
Casper
sponsors,
desk on the stage.
Yeah, seeing us, and in that, I think is a little bit of a prize.
It really is. I mean, competing on land, especially for kids this young, not everyone gets that sort of experience. Some may never get the chance to play on land. But I tell people all the time that you've never truly experienced esports until you've played or at least attended a LAN. It's a different environment because playing at home or in your classroom as well, that's a comfortable space. LAN is not a comfortable space. You are playing on a different setup. Your teammates next to you when they may just be online, duoing with you in Fortnite. And you've got your competitors to your left, to your right, across the table from you. They're everywhere. Those are the people trying to stop you from winning a championship. And that can be nerve-wracking, and so you have to adjust fast. And we've had a good amount of time to warm up on the AIM maps, the 1v1 maps. And so hopefully everyone's kind of got a system down of how they like to prepare for an event like this, because that can help you feel just a little bit more comfortable.
Right. I'm going to paraphrase kind of with what you said, because if I was a player down here, right, and I'm cranking my 90s, I'm doing, you know, whatever my traditional warm-up routine is, I'm looking to, like, if I want to take a look away from my screen, you know, maybe I go check the time. Oh, my clock's not there. You know, maybe I'm playing on a different, I mean, I think I saw some players bring in different mice and keyboards, but some players too completely just took off their mouse pads. So, like, I think it's gonna be fun to see how the players adjust to not exactly having their home setup. We don't have like leather, comfortable, reclinable gaming chairs. You know, these kids are gonna be playing in almost like office chairs. So it's gonna be interesting to see how they adjust, how they adapt, and if that affects their play style at all.
Yeah, they look comfortable. I've seen some LAN setups where the chairs are more like a stool or a crate. So, you know, one of the better LAN setups that I've seen here at Full Sail.
I'm not knocking on it at all by any
but
means.
it is different. I get your point, and we got comfy chairs here as well that we get to sit back and relax in. So I'm hoping the kids down there are doing the same, because you have to think about as well, we got the rings on the line. Not a lot of competitions do that, even at the collegiate level. This is something that's quite unique, and I feel like I kind of want to show it off to the stream. You think we should? Yeah,
man, let's do it.
All right, let's here, you take that one on the right, and let's pop the case off and show off this ring. Like, look at it sparkles in the lights. Let's hold it up.
Hold on, let me scoot up some. Look at that, yo.
And these are going to the winning duo. They've even got Fortnite on the side. You probably can't see it. You'll have to take my word for it. Hopefully we've built that relationship so far this broadcast, but it says Fortnite there on the side of the ring. So these are custom national championship rings that the winning duo will take away. And it takes a lot to win here. I mean, we've talked about the format a little bit. Let's break down the points while we're waiting to get into that first drop. First place, Victory Royale, 25 points. And so that's our starting points, Dino. We've got 25 points to the winning duo, and then you go down the list. Second place, 20 points. Third, 16, all the way down to just 1 point for joining the lobby. So if you don't place top 16, you just get 1 point, plus however many eliminations you get. So you get that elim bonus. So 1 point for every elim. And that's why we might see some differing strategies for teams that might want to sit back, prioritize placement, because you do get a lot more points the higher up the ladder that you go. But for the teams that are posting maybe 8 or 9 elims, that's the difference between second place and 8th.
Right. And like you said, depending on how close this is too, like 25 points for a Victory Royale, kind of crazy in and of itself. So like seeing that this is very, I don't want to say like placement leaning, but placement is much more important than what you're going to see in an FNCS, because like for most of those tournaments, usually it's just like 1 point per place after like, you know, 15 teams or something like that. And then maybe like top 5, it gets a little bit more. But like I said, like this is going to be very placement based, very placement oriented. I think we might see some teams that might be a little bit more aggressive try to take it a little passive, especially on this first day.
I think that makes a lot of sense. Just kind of feel things out. See who is going to be contesting your drop spot, which as we are getting into that first drop, I'm curious, Dino, where do you think we're going to see a lot of action on Shattered Coast? Because, we've got the map in front of us, so we can remember every possible hot drop spots. I mean, where do you think we're going to be seeing a lot of action?
All right, so I think off the rip, I mean Battlewoods. Battlewoods is going to be very, very contested. I think that's like the Tilted Towers of this map. But in the POI, I'm most excited to see people try to contest is Wonky Land.
Right there with you.
Wonky Land has a very unique mechanic, very arcadey style game with targets. You shoot the targets. If you get enough down, it drops very good loot. Like, I don't know why Epic hasn't nerfed this yet. It drops very good loot. So the teams that are going to be dropping to to try to contest to play this little shooty shoot arcade game and try to get that super good loot, that's going to come with the 7 slider. It's going to come with the overdrive grenades, that movement that's going to help off later in the game. I think we're going to see more action here at some points than we are in Wonky Land than we are going to see at Battlewoods.
And you have to think as well, I mean, with Shattered Coast coming into the map, well, pool, I guess the only map, but with Shattered Coast happening just 3 weeks ago, that's not a ton of time to prepare. It's not like they've had an entire season's worth of time on Shattered Coast. And so the 2 spots like Wonky Land and Latte Landing as well that remain from the last map before the shattering. I mean, that's going to help some teams, I think, feel a little bit comfortable. So if Latte Landing or Wonky Land was a spot for you last season, I think you're probably feeling pretty good.
Yeah, the map did change slightly in these places too. Obviously, we know that. So Wonky Land right now is on the top right. On last season, it was on the top left. There's some buildings there in Wonky Land now that weren't there before, and like the map shifted, it
those
remixed.
small differences.
Yeah, there's just those minute differences that if you're used to it from playing on it, 2 months ago, it's completely different now, especially if you land there all the time.
Yeah.
You're going to notice those changes.
Yeah, well, we will get into the action shortly with that first drop. I think you can feel the anticipation rising in the room right now. As we look out, it's a pretty packed venue.
Yeah,
I hop over there, turn the camera around, and show you everyone. It feels like every player has 3 or 4 people behind them.
There
we
go.
Shut up, production.
Hey, look at us.
Always listening. Oh, hey guys, what's up? Yes, I mean, that's only a part of the venue, but look at how many people are packed down there. We talked about the support structures that each of the competitors here this weekend have behind them and how you can visibly see it.
Yes, you can see like everybody, man. You can see too, they're rocking jerseys. You got mom, dad, brothers, sisters, aunts, uncles, they're rocking the jerseys too. We had a little in the lobby, there was an area where we're able to make signs. Like I see signs that say like, oh, go Jake, oh, go, whatever, the gamer tags are. We'll get to that in a minute because there's some fun gamer tags I want to talk about here. But yeah, it's just the amount of support here is absolutely insane for, this level, for a high school game, maybe you have other classmates and stuff, but now it's summer break, right? So everyone's off, they're doing their own thing. But it's cool to see the level of community that this high school esports tournament has brought together. And it's like, I'm sure it's more than just family. I'm just recognizing a lot of family now. But like, yeah, to add on to that, like, this is crazy. I don't know if you're able to see. Oh, the guy with the hey hat took it off. I was going to maybe point him out. But there's someone, too, I don't know if you're able to see him from it. They're walking around in a dinosaur onesie, like I said. So, like, to see people dress up, really live up to the moment, bring the hype, bring the energy, like, it's awesome.
It's very real fanfare.
Yes,
and that's something that esports has been getting throughout the last several years in the scholastic space. And I think that this sort of ESC National Championship in the middle of summer, which, I mean, think back to traditional sports, the big ones have those summer national championships. Like with baseball, you start in the spring and then you go deep into summer. And for esports, that's the case as well. And if and when these kids start playing at the collegiate level too, you have basically year-long competitions that you have to prepare for. And so it should be a real honor to be playing in the summer. And this is also why I tell people you've not experienced esports until you've seen a LAN like this, because it really legitimizes it. Because you get, with traditional sports, being in person, you get everyone there, you see the parents cheering, you see how loud and rowdy it can get. But with esports, you don't always get that, especially with a lot of the online competition coming out of COVID. But we've built up and built up and built up, and leagues like the VHEL and XPL as well are big parts of that, really legitimizing this experience and giving these kids something to fight for all throughout the season. And now play in person, build that social interaction skills, build your character with in-person competition. This is exceptionally important.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, you said that perfectly, man. As we rotate back to the desk, I mean, I don't really even know, hey guys, I don't really even know like where to go with that. I think you said that perfectly. I'll kind of tag off what you said about the training season for esports. Like, football, the season ends in February, maybe March, depending on when the Super Bowl lands. And then you have all spring and summer to train. But with esports, really, there's no days off. You're always in the season. You're always doing conditioning. You're always doing training. You're always practicing. There's no real time for, at least at the, collegiate or professional level, there's not a day off. There's not an off season where like this can't be on your mind. This can't be running in the background, whether it's Fortnite, Apex, Overwatch. Like if you're taking this seriously at a collegiate level, if you're taking this seriously as a professional, that's always going to be there. It's always going to be on your mind. When's my next practice?
Yes.
When do I have to do aim training? Different things like that. It's all very important to keep in the back of the head.
And we're seeing these days as well with the development of that constant grind, professional teams especially kind of building in break periods and keeping in mind that is something you should be cognizant of. I mean, we're all esports people. We're in a semi-dark room right now playing esports, but like it's important to get out there, get some sunlight, get that vitamin D, make sure you're taking care of your body as well. And that's why I love seeing established organizations helping out at the high school and the middle school level too, because you have professionals that know what they're talking about. They know the sort of regimen that you should have when it comes to preparing to be a great esports athlete, but also human being, knowing how to take care of your body and interact with other people in a kind way. That's something you learn now within these established organizations,
especially at LAN events like this too, like where you're talking about meeting other people, building social skills. Like sportsmanship, right? Like
Yes.
we're gonna see sportsmanship put to the test today. Hopefully I don't see some kid flip a table, like we're gonna see a true level of sportsmanship
Yes.
that I don't usually see whenever I'm casting esports. Like I don't usually cast lanes. This is my first LAN. Thank you guys so much for the opportunity to be here, by the way. Just want to express my gratitude. But yeah, like we're gonna see a full test of sportsmanship here. We're gonna maybe see some hand shook. We're gonna see some fist bump between teammates on a good kill. It's going to be fun. It's going to be interesting. I'm excited to see how they interact face to face and on the screen.
Yeah, I think you and a lot of people in this building are experiencing their first LAN, which is why we're hyping it up so much, because this is such a big experience. This is a weekend that I think a lot of people here will remember for the rest of their lives, the rest of their esports experiences and afterwards. So I'm excited. I'm excited to see what the sort of interactions that we get, especially after the game, because you're right.
Yeah.
It's easy to get tilted in an environment like this, because when the pressure is high, yes, that can lead to some great plays, but it also leads to winners and losers, unfortunately.
Yeah, like I don't want to cut you off there, but you're right. Someone is going to lose today. As much as I hate to break it to you guys, someone is going to lose, and I think also though, like you were saying too, pressure makes diamonds in a way, right?
It does.
So, and also people here are watching. They're gonna watch. Even if you do lose, they're gonna watch how you take that loss. They're going to see, how you react. They're going to see also how you take that loss and how you learn from it. You can see here now, too, we're getting hype. We're waving signs around.
Oh, yeah.
We're getting ready to jump into game one here, I think.
Oh, yeah. I'm seeing everybody getting into that pre-lobby, getting set, really starting to feel the nerves now as it becomes that more real. And so you got to use these last moments to be talking to your teammate. Make sure you know where you're dropping. You know the game plan. You know what chests you're going to hit, what POIs you're going to be rotating through. Make sure the plan is in place, because once you drop onto the map, out of the battle bus, into the fire.
Yeah, exactly, man. I don't know if we're going to be going to gameplay just yet, but yeah, they're on the battle bus. They're moving, they're marking, they're planning drops, and game one is officially underway. I'm excited. I'm looking forward to it.
Yeah, this is a big moment. This is officially the start now of the Esports Series Championship Nationals tournament. And you can see everyone dispersing. The battle bus has left us with our first drop of our Fortnite competition. We got 5 after this one, but we talked about it earlier. How you start can have a large impact on how you finish the weekend, because all 6 of these drops essentially contribute. Yes, you get to drop that last one, but with 32 teams missing out on points. If 48 teams, only 16 can gain placement points on a particular drop. You want to make sure your best foot is forward every single drop.
Okay, so I'm going to take a look at the map now. I am shocked at what I see. No one at Sinister Strip, which is shocking. And then I saw only 2 teams at Walking Land.
Okay, so a small face-off at Wonky Land. Looks like Shaken Sanctuary is going to get a lot of action. I thought I saw several gliders going towards Golden Grove, too. So we'll get to hop in now. Copper gets the honors of being the first player that we spectate here. Out of 48 teams, Copper has been chosen.
Why is that mini so big? Is he going to take the big, too? No, all right. We're going to swap over to Lord Wraith now in the bottom, I think, left corner of the map. That's looking close to Heatwave Harbor now, as the Warforged Assault Rifle is the gun that he's taking. That's an old weapon, I believe, from Chapter 5, Season 3, if I'm not mistaken. They've just kind of brought that back into the loot pool. I'm not sure why. I know the Chaos Cube Rifle is something that we're going to see today. Just absolutely, like, that gun is a menace, especially in the end game with that little bit of splash damage. Sure, maybe it's 5, 6, 8 damage, but it's going to add up, especially towards the end when those shots matter, when that extra little bit of build damage matters as well. Lord Wraith got the average size big pot. That's a little bit disappointing.
Well, I'll have to make do with it. But something I'm really curious about is if we'll see any of the Lance Head pistol magazine throws.
That'll be crazy.
I mean, that's 38 damage, or 35 damage rather, that you can do with that magazine throw. And while it's pretty situational, I don't know if we'll see it. That would be electrifying if we actually get a magazine elimination.
Absolutely. Correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe it was recently buffed to 40.
Was it bumped up?
I believe it was very recently. I'm not sure. Don't quote me on that. Something else I want to talk about too is this gun that Lord Wraith just pulled, which is The new burst assault rifle, I'm forgetting the name of it off the top of my head, but I'm sure we'll see it. This burst assault rifle, I believe, is very good between medium and long range, but not a lot close range. You see that it has, if you look at the stats on it, the build's damage isn't great, but it's very good for catching someone running out in the open. It can burst, I believe the purple one that he just pulled, up to 75 damage if you hit all 3 body shots, which is going to be absolutely insane if you're catching somebody off guard. That's more than 3/4 of your shield just gone instantly.
Well, Lord Wraith going to be probably part of one of those teams that'll be rotating in, but won't have to worry about it at the moment. Choosing Sunken Shores as their starting point was a pretty good plan. Not much action in Sinister Strip or Sunken Shores. Everyone's kind of dispersed in the outside of the map. I mean, I am a little bit shocked along with you that Wonky Land wasn't more contested, but we could see that develop as the day goes on. But if you're that team that got Wonky Land to yourself, you're probably feeling pretty happy.
Yeah, I know that team, that was a little bit contested early, so I'm wondering if maybe some eliminations kind of flew in and we missed them.
Well, we can we'll keep track of that as we go along, as we've had a few sprinkle in, but nothing crazy. We've only lost one team to start out, and we're now approaching the 3-4 minute mark. I mean, the storm is starting to move in, so everyone's got to get ready to get cozy with everybody else here, both in person at Full Sail University and on the map.
Yeah, we can see here Vaxify looking a little bit short here on the shields. I'm wondering what that's about. Maybe he sees a team, because you see him pulling out those builds. I'm wondering if he sees this team down to the bottom left of him as they're cracking open the shields, still kind of preparing. They got some decent mats, as you can see. They're 96 builds. They can definitely take this early game fight if they want to, but I feel like they're playing that more passive route that we were talking about a little bit earlier.
It seems like it. I mean, we're not getting a ton of action, but you can see now about 4 teams condensed there in the storm, moving back into the eye, and so we could get some fighting, as it looks like Timmy and G1 have spotted someone up in the tower, but moving in. They're taking their time with it. They're playing in the storm right now, not wanting to get caught out early on, and I think this is what we were talking about. Teams playing maybe a little bit more passive, given that this is the first of many drops, as the pressure is probably the highest right now.
We can take a look, too, now. Elimination rolling in as Chef Jack takes out Yaffe, and Lone Ravine James is taking out another player as well. That's a beautiful name. I see they're just kind of creeping around here, Timmy and Gaff here. It's very interesting how they're just like creeping and crawling. They're both wearing cool little dog skins. Those are cool.
Yeah, lurking through the storm, looking good while doing it as well. But they've got the materials and then the loadout to survive out here. HP looking a little bit worse for wear, but you got the Guzzle Juice, you got the Shield Pod as well. Maybe trying to pick up on some scraps migrating towards Sunken Shores. But we'll have to start moving sooner rather than later. Oh my gosh,
I was going to say something about it. So what's crazy about the Guzzle Juice, and I don't think Timmy knew this, is that Guzzle Juice... Oh, we have a fight here.
Okay, we'll get back to that point.
Guzzle Juice.
Alley Boy stuck down below next to Clark, and they're lurking in their structure. They've got a good build around them, but the high ground actually sees Foxy JJ jumping down, trying to contest this, looking to peer in while their teammate from up above tries to sprinkle some damage in. I like this split setup. You just have to make sure you don't get picked off, and I think now Clark and Alley Boy should know that this is the case. The team contesting them is split off, but weren't able to get much damage in. They're just holed up in the storm right now.
Yeah, you can see that Tittles is just sitting on top of them. Also, as the zone is closing in, it looks like Alley Boy is going to be maybe trying to take a little bit of space, move up towards Tittles, but unfortunately, they were not able to run out and try to get that one and try to take that 2v1, and gave Tittles and Foxy J that time to get back together, essentially. And now this is just going to be a fair 2v2, or they're just going to sit in zone and see and play chicken and see whoever leaves first.
Well, I like the patient setup, trying to see if the other team will give them anything.
Yeah.
If they'll make that aggressive move, walk right into the SMGs and the rifles that Alley Boy and Clark are rocking. So looks like we don't get the fight that we were kind of hoping for, just some poking and prodding. No one wanting to make that fatal error that will leave you way out of the field towards the bottom of the standings table this early on in the first of 6 drops that we'll get this weekend.
As we see Lord Wraith take out Chocobo Jack, I want to talk about that Guzzle Juice here for a second, because we saw Timmy go down in zone, but what's crazy about the Guzzle Juice is that it only works if you're not taking damage, making it very ineffective in zone. It heals you very quickly if you can take the time to drink it, but as soon as you take one tick of damage, whether it be health, whether it be shield, it stops working. So I don't think Timmy knew that. So he took it at 24 HP, he drank it, it brought him up 1 health to 25, and then he just slowly trickled back down.
Something hopefully that you have a coach behind you noticing that and chiming in about during drops. You don't get a lot of time to make those adjustments. I mean, we're kind of going back to back here with the 3 drops that we do get today. But Tonic's taking some pot shots right now, seeing if you can sprinkle a little bit of damage in. But might have a fight, setting up your structure right now for an engagement with a bit of cover behind you. Not a bad spot. Tonic and company looking for that engagement. I'm not sure if they spotted the cross, the team across from them, because they haven't really sent anything their way. I'm just trying to stay silent and see if the team will poke their heads out in an ill-advised time.
Something that we also haven't talked about they have mending machines. That's going to be a huge advantage, so I'll get back to that. Something that we have not talked about at all is Storm Surge. There's 83 people left, and Zone 3 is closing. For those who don't know, Storm Surge is an effect that exists in the FNCS kind of in the higher ranked lobbies of Fortnite, where the more lobbies there are, the more players there are towards the end of the game, you're just going to start to take zone damage, or essentially like ticks at your health, if you don't have a lot of damage at other players. This encourages players to fight each other, and that way they're just not sitting in buildings and boxing up the entire game, and then it's just super crazy at the end of the game as we see Tonic trying to clear off that bush. So we see these players kind of being a little bit more aggressive, trying to take those pot shots like you were talking about to raise up their Storm Surge. That way when it does come, because like we said, only about 12 people have died so far, and by the end of the game, that Storm Surge is going to be hitting like crazy. So you want to try to get that damage now before it's too late.
Well, Tonic took a tag right there. Shield dropped down to 34 hit points as we see them popping up structures ready for battle. But you are right. This early game damage can have a lot of impact later on down the line. And so those pot shots are important to note. Probably stage 4. I mean, we're getting to the point where that Storm Surge will be impactful. But right now, just setting up for any sort of movement in any rotations you can catch out, scouting to the top of your structure. Tonic's looking for anything. Sees some players floating. I don't even see that. Those young kid eyes.
Yeah. let me get on my readers so I can see them. We can see Tonic trying to take those pop shots. I'd love to take a look at the map to see kind of how congested. To see how kind of congested these players are. We can see that Sizzles and the Jimmy 37 down here at the bottom corner, they have a great spot. That's a little bit of a higher point on the map, but you can see teams like Yamaslam, Vaxify, Tittles, Ravine James, like you see them all up in that little corner on the top left. That's going to be a very different game for them compared to players like Brand Mullen and the Jimmy 37.
Yeah, and so with this, we're kind of seeing where these late fights are going to take place in between the Sinister Strip, Frosted Flats, Golden Grove, east side of the map, as everyone is getting pushed inward. So get your materials ready because these fights will start rattling off soon. We've got our answer. Everyone's kind of playing patient, playing a bit
There's
passive,
that Storm Surge.
But yeah, Storm Surge is in effect. We are above that threshold for stage 4 of 74 players. So 9 are going to find themselves below the threshold.
Yeah, so as you can see, if you guys look above the map on the right side there towards the middle of your screen, you're able to see that, what is that? That's Ichiban? Is that how you pronounce that? I'm gonna go with Ichiban.
Yeah, Ichiban.
Ichiban is 455 damage above that threshold. So you can see now, like if that's rather high for Storm Surge and for context. But if he dips below that, teams are gonna start to take damage. So like I said earlier, teams that are below that damage threshold, they're gonna have to take fights. Yep. They're going to have to fight other people to take that damage or to try and get that damage up. We see Speed 7 literally just towered on top of a 1x1. A little bit of an OG strategy here compared to the modern boxes we see today.
Nothing wrong with little high ground.
Oh, absolutely not. That's a little Teen Titans tower they got going on over there. That's a little nifty.
Yeah. They got the Avengers tower set up too.
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah, I mean, all the superheroes in pop culture showing you why high ground is so important. So I can't blame him for building. But here we go. Good points. Clark here is below that damage threshold for the Storm Surge. So 42 damage below, having to make sure you're at full health in case it does become impactful. But we're getting to the point where I think a lot of fights are going to start ringing out. Look at all the triangles, all the player indicators here as Clark is starting to move in, building a little bit of cover. Took some 5 fire, but I think the building bore the brunt of it. So getting set now to begin his engagement, but right around that damage threshold, took a little bit of a lick. You saw 25 HP taken off of that shield, so is in a bit of damage peril, but well set up in this structure next to their teammate.
Absolutely. We can see too now as the zone starts to kind of close in on itself. 77 people. Like since I last brought it up, 9 people have been killed. We see Ego Dill take down Mr. Abote as like you said too about that storm surge. I don't think it's active anymore. I think maybe enough people have died.
Yep.
Oh, never mind. Storm Surge is now back. So we can see Clark has to get 150 damage. They're going to have to take a fight before this next zone closes. We can see they pop out, try to take some shots on Trixera there. It's going to be, actually, their team does get about 100 damage as they're getting rushed, it looks like.
Well, players moving in. They're getting ready for it. Qual in the area, but still has a good bit of cover. Look at this, 3 teams right next to each other.
Look how much they're stacked upon each other. Oh, my gosh.
They're building a house. Everybody's taking a different wall as they are building a large structure all around each other. And so in the chaos, it gets a little bit difficult to figure out which structure is yours, which are opponents, and which one you can break through easily and which you cannot. So you got to keep your wits about you. In a situation like this, as everyone is beginning to converge, but still we've got 40 teams left standing.
40 out of 48 teams, and this is absolutely ridiculous. Like, this is very high level Fortnite. I was expecting to see maybe some sort of scrims at the end, but nothing like this.
Starting to get scrappy now. Foxy JJ and Tittles hold up. Nace are keeping an eye on them, and now that Storm Surge is active again. As Mace is below that damage threshold, trying to land some shots to get back above it, but doesn't connect any of them with the pistol, but sees an opportunity, a player out in the open to potentially take advantage. Kind of a long-distance third party as Foxy JJ and Tittles, I think, just found a solo that they took out, but these shots aren't quite landing, so still below that damage threshold, and in a tough spot, only 50 HP left.
Blaze needs to hit these shots. Like, this is where we were talking about the aim labs beforehand. This is where all of that matters, because you went from 175 HP and shields to now about a total of 100 and no shields at all.
We've got eliminations raining in now, down to 33 teams, just like that. 61 players left standing. So some solos in the lobby trying to make their mark upon this first drop, and Brand Mullen right now peeking out, looking for any sort of possible engagement, whether that be for better or for worse. But Sleuth and Six right next to him. Does he know he has neighbors?
Asyama Slam, I noticed, also got a nice little squad wipe there. We see this here. Brand Mullen out here, their team has 0 eliminations, but they're able to keep that damage up as Is that Fatal?
Fatal.
Ah, Fatal. Let's see what you did there. We were watching them a little bit earlier.
Yeah.
It looks like camping out in the zone did work out for their favor as they're peeking, trying to take a look for those pop shots. They're chilling with about 260 damage above that damage threshold. They're able to find those pop shots, unlike that team we were spectating earlier, as we see now Zone completely pulling in on itself. This rotation here starting in about 30 seconds is going to be an absolute bloodbath with all of these teams here sitting at the top of the zone here. They're going to be needing to rotate now. I would rotate early if I was them.
Well, we've got 3 players caught out in between a squad. Trevor Illy, I think, just got caught rotating over, trying to get ahead of the Eye of the Storm's movement. But you're right, a lot of teams are going to be out in the open here in a second, so you want to jump the gun on these rotations. Make sure you are moving quickly. But if you have a lot of healing, Lath right here has 3 shield pots, 6 overdrive grenades, and almost a full chug jug. That's going to be enough to maybe play it patient and rotate in a little bit later than everybody else. I mean, they're above the damage threshold. They're in a good spot, but they use that overdrive grenade to get out of there. So, my idea is not quite panning out. They do want to get a bit more aggressive. As Ethan, I think that was Outcast, or no, Robot Destroyer is their teammate. Outcast, a separate player, caught out, as looks like Qual has downed them, as everybody's starting to take more and more engagements.
as soon as I said that too, I think they might be watching the live stream or something, because as soon as I said that, everybody just picked up their stuff and they started rotating. We see 47 people left. Half of the lobby is now dead, which is crazy that this late in the game we're seeing that. Frenchie Bang Go looking very good. 114 builds, has 6 overdrive grenades, 6 minis, still about 180 left on that Chug Jug. Is absolutely crazy. He's looking for Vixie here, and actually no, he dies to zone.
This is a great loadout. I mean, Frenchie is well prepared for the last couple stages of the storm, and notching 3 eliminations as well as a team. Frenchie and Beck in a pretty good spot. We're not yet in the placement points. We still have to eliminate 8 more teams to get to that point.
Crazy.
Almost 1,000 damage above the threshold. They have hit quadruple digits.
As they shockwave into zone here, they're trying to, they're trying to maybe take a move on that front side. It looks like he's also using a lot of materials to get there. He used about 70 builds, 700 materials just to get position in the safe zone. He's not even there yet as these quick edits come out. I think he might be trying to make a move to take high ground. High ground is very important in here, especially in these Fortnite endgames, because Blackout finds and knocks on Trix Era. That's going to be huge, not only for that Storm Surge, but also for the team as a whole, because that's their first elimination.
Yeah, and refresh the loadout too, see if there's anything that you might need in there. Picking up the med kits as we are starting to get deep into this one. 22 teams left, less than 40 players. I'm seeing a lot of computers showing off the Fortnite main menu at the moment. We've seen a lot of elims falling in the last several minutes. Blackout, a little bit of high ground, knows that Sync K is nearby, and Astra near as well. But we're seeing solos too. I mean, Agua right here, lost Trixera, so playing the solo game.
Agua here is running a very unique loadout, running that new shotgun. I only see that he has 17 assault rifle ammo.
This is dangerous.
No, he just wasted a shot, or he wasted an overdrive grenade too. We can see Tonic there at the bottom, kind of just chilling, following the zone, waiting to see kind of what's going down on the bottom. He's just letting people come to him. The fight is on the middle level here.
Kiwi in and out of these buildings, looking for any sort of engagement. Has a good bit of SMG ammo, so, and a good spot when it comes to their loadout. 36 builds left, could pose a problem as the game gets along, but we've seen a lot of builds in this area, so you can choose, I think. High ground, maybe play low ground with fewer builds, get you some cover, but still having your teammate at this stage as well is significant. There are, I think, 5 or 6 solos. I can't do the quick math that well, but 5 or 6 of them that will be trying to gain extra placement points on their own as Foxy JJ and Tittles move in. They've got good cover. You saw a couple of teams right next to them jumping as well. Ideas were the same. Reposition, maybe take some fights as Eris sees a teammate, or sees a team hold up. Maybe a chance to get them boxed in, but taking a fight, the walls go up, block bullets, they're safe.
Eris here is now looking for shots. If I was him, I would try to maybe get some of that Chug Jug off, maybe take the med kit, but no, he's going to try and push. Oh, and he gets third-partied. Shots coming in from the side. Is that Elvis? Is that the name? I believe he comes in and he finds a kill on not only August Yama's slam, but also on, who are we just spectating? He also finds a kill on him.
On Eris, yeah, Eris got caught from behind, trying to reposition. 6 eliminations for Speed and Minnow, but Speed's left standing, make it. Oh, they didn't actually get the elimination right there. Still on 3 and building up into cover, taking a little bit of high ground, but we're in the top 10 here, and once more a player falls in front of Speed, but Elim is not confirmed quite yet, so now trying to flank around, staying in that eye of the storm, popping the Chug Jug too, didn't have the time for it, actually heard players moving around, didn't feel comfortable from behind. Speed sees Vexy taking that engagement and almost downs them as well, but Speed ends up falling underneath all of the chaos going on with just 5 teams left.
Foxy JJ now only with 10 HP, he's 1 tick, 1 dead to the zone here, only 6 eliminations shared with Tittles here, 3 each, but they're kind of in shambles here. Only 44 mats, no heals whatsoever. Their best chance here is to try to play off elimination as they're trying to split mats. As Uncle Sleuth, wow, this team is looking really good. A little bit weak on the mats. You have no kills, but you have full health, 1 shock, 1 Big pot, 100 health on the Chug Jug as they're just sitting on height, spraying down here. Uncle Sleuth looking really good.
Yeah, Sleuth knows what they're doing. They've got 6 right next to them as well. A duo still raining terror from up above as a unit. Not taking high ground as a solo, trying to escape with extra points, but now taking the fight from above. Seeing everybody go down. Just 3 teams left. Astro left standing. And yeah, a straight up 2v2, but K is down. Astro getting peppered as well, stuck in the storm. This looks like a guaranteed win for Sleuth and 6 right here. I mean, straight up, they're in the eye, but outside, not a whole lot of health for Astro. As 3 players left standing, maybe they found a little bit of healing, but it is ticking away. Less than 25 HP. They've got heals to prolong their life, but in the eye of the storm, Sleuth and 6 are so safe. This should be a victory royale for the duo.
Astro down, she's just going to look up into the sky and face defeat, but 8 eliminations. 8 eliminations for Astro is absolutely insane.
Yeah.
And that's going to come into play, especially towards the end of tomorrow. It's going to come down to that wire. Those 8 eliminations could be what saves them from, you know, like you said, 2nd place or 8th place as the game 1 ends.
25 points, though, and a victory royale for Sleuth and 6 of XPL Burl Wolfpack Alpha, a team that won in the XPL fall season, I do believe. So already proven themselves as a contender in Drop 1. That's got to feel great.
Yeah, I mean, for sure. I mean, if you said they won in that fall title, you know, they're experienced. They know these scrims. They know these end games. They know kind of where, and especially their coaches, they're going to know where those zones pull.
Yeah.
Where, you know, what teams are going to be doing, you know, there's a little bit of luck in this as well, as, you know, you don't want to drop down in front of somebody like we saw with, we saw a couple times with, who was that? Was that Foxy J? Where they just dropped down in front of them, and then that was an easy kill for him, you know? So it's going to be, there's a little bit of luck when it comes to it, but also kind of being able to predict when that's going to happen, being able to hear enemies above you, hear enemies below you, edits to your left, to your right. You're going to be able to predict them on those rotates. That's where those kills are going to matter most.
There's a lot going on, a lot of chaos here at Full Sail University, but Sleuth and 6 rise above everybody else competing here on day 1 of the ESC Nationals Fortnite competition. We're going to throw to a quick break and get set for our 2nd drop, which will be coming up in a little bit.
Good. All right. Oh. All right, great first drop, everybody. We're going to do our first raffle of the night. And broadcast. And with our first giveaway, check your tickets. Number 239-8996. 239-8996. Raise your arm. We'll give you about a couple seconds, otherwise we'll move on to the next. Final call. Okay. Ticket 239-8944. 8944. Hey, there we go. Come on down. I'll trade you. You take that. All right, thanks everybody. Look for the next drop for the next raffle.
Welcome back to the Esports Series Championship Nationals, where we are one Fortnite drop in to our long 2-day competition. It's not a sprint, Dino. It is a marathon.
Absolutely.
One that Sleuth and Six are starting off very well with their win in drop one.
Yeah, absolutely. We got the chance to talk to some of the moms
Yes.
of the team. That was super, super cool, telling us about their school in Texas, their high school in Texas. Apparently, their school here, it's like a choice school, I guess. They have a full-on arena just like this full-on like LAN center, this place where you can put on different kinds of events. He walked in here, his mom said, and he goes, "This is just like my school." So we were talking about earlier how the teams are going to feel a little bit uncomfortable not playing in an environment, but as you can see, that level of conformality?
Comfort?
Comfort. Yeah, I'm making words too big. That level of comfort shows true here with Six and his duo here as they took game one with ease, it looks like.
Yeah, and they've got a lot of support behind them, too. I mean, we saw a lot of Six jerseys. It's how we knew that they were the moms to go and talk to them. The Six and the Sleuth jerseys, and they're right in front of us, too. So front and center, well-equipped, apparently, for that first drop. But we do want to shout out the top three as well. I was checking on the standings on the Valhalla esports page. We got LNHS Varsity that finished second. That was Astro.
Yes.
That was just staying alive in the storm, trying to get back to the eye for that fight. Couldn't quite manage it. And then XPL Franklin Storm Aqua finished in third. And I do want to note that LNHS Varsity bagged 10 eliminations because they got 20 points for their placement in second place and then finished at 30 points, which is 3 behind our winning duo. So keeping it close despite not getting the victory royale on drop one, they're still in a fantastic spot going forward.
Yeah, absolutely. And like, big shout out though to everyone that's here, right? We talked about it before. Being able to just make this stage, play in this kind of venue with these level of stakes for these beautiful rings.
The rings are incredible.
Your guy turned off, by the way. I tried to fix him
no.
here. I don't
Get in
really
on
know.
that.
Well, he's working on that. I wanted to do a little live test review here of this.
What you got?
This Metal Focus Performance Beverage. I got the watermelon flavor.
Okay.
This is a caffeine free. I don't know if I can say like energy drink, but it's definitely like for focus. It's for performance. So it sounds like something my mom would be all over. A lot of vitamins, not a lot of sugar, only 7 grams.
Crack it up to the microphone. Here we go.
Nice little... that was nice. I'm gonna pull this. I'm gonna get a little.
That's a good start for a good drink. I had the orange one earlier, and I have to say, I mean, I'm feeling pretty energized. Like we're up here doing. I think we did a pretty good job for drop one, and that is due in part to Metal. You got the watermelon one. I rocked the orange. We'll have to try the other ones as the weekend goes on. How was it? The second one better than the first, or just as good?
This is phenomenal. I mean, I'm not paid by any means to say this. They're just here. This is a great beverage. I mean, I feel like I had one earlier. Like I said, I feel the effects. I feel focused. I don't feel like, but I feel like really good. I feel focused. I feel I'm able to get out my words a little more clearly. Believe it or not. Like this, it tastes good. It's not like a sugary, like in your face, fruit punch watermelon flavor. It's nice. It's muted. It's good overall. Like I'm seriously giving this like an honest rating, like an 8.5 to a 9 out of 10.
Okay, that is high praise. And for those of you that are in the venue right now, we got a lot of people watching remote, but they are in the corner. If you are in the venue, you know where I'm pointing. If you're not here, you don't. So
I feel like one of those ladies on like the jewelry shows.
All right, we got Dino Whites over here presenting the Metal show. Thank you very much.
My pleasure.
Well, we do have drop 2 to think about.
Yes.
And now that we've gotten the first drop out of the way, I think we've got a good idea as to how everybody in here is sort of playing. There was a lot of pacificity in the first drop. Everyone was taking their time with it.
Yeah, everyone was just waiting, kind of feeling each other out. I was really, really interested in seeing those two duos that were running the dog skins. I'm forgetting their name off the top of my head, but we saw them early.
Was that Clark and Alley Boy?
They were running default skins.
Okay.
But they were...
A lot of names.
Yeah, a lot of names, a lot of teams. But it was interesting that they were like, Zone 2 is closing, and they're just sitting in zone. It was super weird to like just see that. They were down to, 30 HP at one point. And we just got word that game number 2 is loading up. We're getting ready to jump back into the action. What do you want to see more from maybe some of the teams that went out earlier going into this game?
contest. Hopefully they were paying more attention to where sort of the hot drop spots were. And if you went out early, either get ready for the fight that is to come that you weren't prepared for on the first drop, maybe go to one of those lesser contested spots. I mean, one team dropping at Wonky Land is pretty astounding.
Yeah.
And if you are able to clock that, if your coach noticed that in the interim, then maybe you change your drop spot. You figure out a different location to begin that's maybe a little less contested or not contested at all. Give yourself the best start possible. But here we go. We get a good look at where everybody is going again, and we're going right over the battle woods too. So surely we see a lot of players drop there, but right through the center of the map, starting at Golden Grove, ending at Lifty Lodge. We're taking the theater of battle to the more northern side of the map this time around.
I also noticed last game, like 3 or 4 teams went Lifty Lodge, which was so weird and so random. If you take a look at the last bus path, there we go. If we take a look at that, like it was on the complete opposite corner of the map. So I'm wondering, as a bunch of teams now landing Sinister Strip, I'm wondering if these are some of the team. Oh my gosh, it's Trix goes down early to Clark.
Oh, and they might get knocked as well. We've got them right in front of us, actually. So I'm going to keep an eye on if Trix is able to get back up.
We can see that, like, this, I don't even know how I'm going to try and pronounce that. This skin, it hasn't even touched the ground yet, and we already have a knock. Thankfully, I think Trix was able to get res. We can see here. I think they're sticking. Yeah, they just got the res over in Sinister Strip. But they're
a happy ending.
A happy ending. But still, the way that they got knocked early, that was ouch.
That's definitely a wake-up call. Yeah, landing Sinister Strip is a risk, and I think everybody should know that.
Trixie and Vicky just got eliminated.
Back down. Yeah, that is official. Second try was not the charm for them.
Clark and Alley Boy taking down Vixie and Trix early in the second game. They were making a little bit of a name for themselves, especially towards the end game. So for every other team, you got to thank them. You got to thank Alley Boy. You got to thank Clark, because they just did you a big favor going into the end of this game, because they're not going to be there.
So it's a team going down with just the 1.4 participating. I don't think they logged any elimination, so could be one of the drop that you're able to drop at the end of the competition. It's the lowest placement is taken off your score sheet. That could be the case for one of these two teams. Speed getting up close and personal with Nate, Fan, and company. Seeing right on their screen, Seb building a staircase in front of them and taking him out with just 5 HP left. But the fight is not over yet. They will confirm the elimination, get at least that 1 point, as Minnow will join Speed up. So it's a straight up 2v1. Alex has to be careful down there.
Minnow here he's dipping and dodging between these boxes, but if you take a look, a lot of these builds are speeds. They are like this team. They have the home speed advantage here, and opens the door. Hello and goodbye for Alex Xenomorph. Ooh, a little alien reference there. As Speed 7 takes him out over in the Frosted Flats, able to get nice 2 KP early, as they're taken out early too.
Well, Frosted Flats currently belonging to Minnow and Speed, but we are shifting back to the Sinister Strip, which has been a hot spot to drop here for drop number 2. And already, I mean, we're, 3 minutes in, and 6 teams have been eliminated. Already we're seeing a faster pace. Maybe some of those teams that struggled a bit or got eliminated early on drop 1 are upping the aggression.
Yeah, and we can see Ollie V and I'm gonna call this guy Dill. Ego Dill. I like that name. We see Ollie V and Ego Dill. They're gonna slowly kind of dip out of here, and they're gonna rotate because I don't know if they know, but the other team there is Alley Boy and Clark, and they were able to take out Trixie and Vicky early, like we were just talking about. I think this is a wise choice for them to rotate out early, maybe move towards that boss you can see towards the middle of the map, guarantee themselves a mythic drop, mythic gun here, and they think there's a player in this bush. It's kind of awkward for them. There's not. But yeah, able to grab this mythic boss weapon here could also give them a very big advantage going into the end game.
Looks like there aren't many teams around them, so could have safe passage over there, but Chef Jack checking things out with La Ravine James. You're talking about names that we're enjoying saying on the broadcast. That's got to be one of them.
Yeah, the middle of the map here, very interesting with these ways that you can rotate here, these weird pipe-looking things. I'm not too sure what they're called, but on each end of them, there's a little teleportation device, and it literally just shoots you to, like, another corner of the map. I think they know that there's a team on top of them here, and they're just kind of ratting down, holding down the fort here. Zone is going to force them out as that new Stormeye is revealed, but if I'm Ravine James, and if I'm Chef Jack, I'm looking at my mats, I'm thinking I'm chilling.
They definitely are. Playing it patient, nothing to worry about. As, yeah, a team in proximity, but they were well set up, barricaded in. Underground tunnel, got porta potties as well in case they do need to get out of there. But good look at the map. A decent spread of the initial round of fighting has, well, seemingly ended, but Star is happy to begin it again. Blackouts looking for where their teammate is, and it looks like they're close, but it's not playing quite on top of each other. So you have to be cognizant of where the other team is, and if there are any sort of flanks going on, as BL Mace up on top, playing the high ground, while that's Miko, I think. Yeah, Miko trying to reconvene with them and use that high ground position to their advantage in what could be an important fight.
I think it's going to be interesting to see how they take this fight here. Are they going to play to kill, or are they going to play to try to just get that Storm Surge damage up as Blackout shockwaves up, or sorry, overdrive grenades up to try to get a pop shot, missed the shot, going up, absolutely beams.
Okay.
Absolutely gets a nice beam, gets a knock there on Blaze. They were doing very good last game. They're able to get the elimination. Pressure still coming on now for Miko as he's trying to run away. But can he escape? Gets a nice crack Blackout on Miko. But like I said, is he going to be able to run? And no! Miko gets taken down by Blackout and Star 6-7.
That was perfect. I mean, Star playing the outside position while Blackout flushed Miko out. Says great teamwork, tethering around each other, but not giving up isolated 1v1 fights that could throw your 2v1 advantage. Great teamwork and a nice pair of eliminations. Yeah, you're not in placement point territory quite yet, but like you said earlier, Dino, those elims go a long way with the 1 point per.
You are so right. I want to take a look here if we can find Mr. Six here, the winners of the last game. I can see them from my point of view. They're literally just sitting in a cone, just peeking and looking on height somewhere near the middle of the map. As actually rotate over to Astro, the second place contender here from last game, taking an early shot, gold hunting rifle and Maven auto shotgun. Really unique combo here. He's looking for mats, he can't find any, but the biggest part, I think, of this utility here is that 200 chug jug. He has 2 of them. He has 400 total chug health. That's going to be crazy, especially if he gets caught in the end of the game in zone.
Well, they have got the very long range and the very close range covered. K and Astro do, with the SMG thrown in there as well. So their loadouts are looking pretty good. No elims to show for their efforts at the start of this map, but man, that loadout has geared them up for the fights to come. But at the moment, with the storm impending, they're kind of caught in the middle of their rotation. So do have to find safe passage to the eye, which might be difficult with the teams that were surrounding them.
Lower Ravine James here, we see him running with a movement. We didn't see it all last game with the 7 sliders. The 7 sliders are really unique because they allow you to just kind of slide similar to, like, I'm going to try to make this like Apex Legends, if you're a little familiar. Kind of like Axel's Tactical in Apex Legends, where you slide and you get a nice little boost. Except these are a little different in that you can jump off that boost and not take any fall damage at all. You can see Ravine James there getting a nice little slide boost there as he's able to just go over. I think he's getting those more for the materials. I think they may have been saving them for that team on top of them if they got a nice crack or something. But yeah, those 7 sliders I think are going to be really important, especially when it comes to that middle game rotation where you're just crossing those open fields.
Eris and Kiwi now checking in on them. Eris, you'll remember, was one of the last few standing in drop number 1. So got some good points to begin with, but trying to make it a little bit further this time around. Every drop does count. Save for the one, the worst one that you're allowed to take off your score sheet at the end of things. So looking to improve upon their first placement, but right now just stocking up on materials and got over 100 builds and got an extra ammo, just making sure they are equipped for the fights that'll ring out probably pretty shortly. We got a crazy start to this drop, and now we're settling back into that slower pace.
Absolutely. What's great about watching early game Fortnite is you just get to see people break stuff, and you just get to talk about kind of the last game a little bit.
Yes.
And you kind of you're talking about like, oh, how is this team gonna play different? We see Astro and stuff rotating early because they died to the rotate last game. They chose to rotate late, so now you see they're learning and they're rotating a little bit early. We see Alley Boy and Clark maybe getting in a little bit of a scuffle there on the left side of Sinister Strip. That pink and that purple team, they're looking at each other. Maybe they're taking, those pop shots are coming out. 101 builds on Clark. And about pretty good HP there on Alley Boy. I'm sorry I couldn't see it. As they're actually just rotating back in towards Sinister Strip. Unfortunately, zone pulls to that team in purple.
Oh, yeah, caught in a rough spot, but they do have some cover for a little while as the storm moves in. But,
oh, no!
Nova's getting
Nova
caught out. 1
HP!
And the job will be finished. Nova caught rotating out, and so that's another team down, unfortunately. We had to watch the last remains of this second run for Nova, but Alley Boy and Clark getting up and out of dodge and into the eye of the storm.
Oh, I see. That was a nice little reference. I see what you did there. So yeah, we see Golden Striker 27, and is that Pengs? Pengs is washed. Yeah, they're running the default skins. They're running the skins that Clark and Alley Boy were running last games. They're going to try to rotate from Calamari Canyon away from that team that was on top of them. I think they're going to play more of a passive route. They're going to get the loot on that kill, I believe, that they just secured.
Yep, it's Nova stuff.
And rest in peace, Nova, man. And they're gonna rotate into zone, take it, like I said, a little bit of a passive route, not fight this team. They may suffer a little bit because of that storm surge, but yeah, we're looking towards the middle of the map now. AI Digital with a little bit of a skin switch up. They're trying to rotate too.
I got the structures in front of them, but running smack dab into a couple of players. AI Digital and Condog linking up, but there are enemies nearby. Players trying to take away any of your placement points, as we will get the number of teams left in the top left again for you. Production is on it. But right now, Condog and AI Digital on no elims, but keeping themselves okay in a structure they've constructed themselves. But look at how many players are around them at the moment.
Stacked up, I believe that's 3 teams around them, as Condog looking a little bit weak in the loot game. Sure, you have those big pots, sure you have those med kits, but that green Maven Auto and that gray Warforged assault rifle is not going to do a lot of damage for you, especially in a game that's all about getting damage forced. Early in that endgame. We see St. K go down, and Lucky's able to get a finish on him too, leaving Astro all by himself again.
Okay, that was a top 2 placing team in drop 1, now down to 1 player, but Qual trying to get over to Outcast. Let them in. Okay, they just construct a building next to them. Quick with it. I was watching the players practicing their building in between games, and I am astounded at the reaction speeds and the understanding of which structures they're building with the pace that they build. It's something you really don't see at the bottom levels of Fortnite, which is where my comp skills are. These guys are so quick.
Yeah, I mean, not to brag, but I was Unreal once or twice, and like I'm in like that peak age. I've been reading some studies about reaction times lately for class. That age where reaction time is your best is between the age of like 18 and 22.
Okay.
So the fact that like these guys in high school, a lot of them are just now getting into that peak reaction time phase of life, that 18, that 19. We have some people here I was talking to yesterday. We have some players that literally graduated high school a month ago. So like the fact that some of these players are entering that peak stage of reaction time could say that they could only be getting better, and they haven't hit their peak yet, as this zone is now pulling it on itself. 70 players remaining.
Well, I appreciate the built-in excuse you've given me for why I'm no good at video games anymore, as I've aged out of the proper reaction time age frame. So that's good for these kids. They're just beginning prosperous esports careers. But
Absolutely.
You can see there on the bottom right, Lil Ramey Reaper and squad still on the outside of the storm. They will be late rotating in. Hopefully they are above that damage threshold, as Brand Mola almost 600 to 700. Damage above that threshold.
Yeah, they're looking really good. We see there that Hayes has that one elimination, which is super helpful. They're actually only getting up and up on that damage threshold here, as it's looking like they might be rotating away from Heatwave Harbor, more towards the middle of the zone. Maybe going to try and play it safe, as that overdrive grenade is going to come out, and Brandon gets hit by a tree. Okay. Fade! Oh my gosh, Hayes! This rotation has absolutely just been botched, as now they're getting lobby focused in the middle of the water. They don't have anywhere to go. Swimming is so slow. Brand Mullen just running around his build, getting lobby focused. Oh my goodness.
Oh, if the trees are against this team, Brent Mullen getting caught and tagged, but not down and out. Still is standing alongside Hayes, and now they have to heal up with the Storm Surge activating now. 63 players left in this lobby, and being in stage 6, that is well above the limit set in place by the competitive Fortnite rules. So someone is going to be feeling the brunt of that Storm Surge pretty soon here.
It's crazy too, because going into that rotation, that team had so many builds, so many mats, and then the Lorax just decided to have beef with this team, and they botched the rotation. They get stranded out in the middle of the water, and now they're just stuck using all of their mats, using a lot of their ammo and healing resources as well. Now going into this end game, that's gonna come back to hurt them.
It is. Is there a Lorax skin in Fortnite?
Unfortunately, no.
Okay.
But I would love to.
Gotta
see
be
one.
coming soon.
I
The
think
Lorax.
Olivia Rodrigo is coming tonight, though.
Okay, that's
as
big.
far as collabs go, that's pretty big.
So we don't have the Lorax, but we do have Olivia Rodrigo. So
there you go.
Both can sing. It is worth noting, but no Lorax in the game just yet. One day, though. But back into the action. Got some good high ground here. Copper and Velix taken into the skies at the moment, safe within the eye of the storm. Spotting Condog as well, and that is a clean elimination. Now they can move in, refresh their loadouts, and for Velix, you can see the ammo pretty low on as a gray weapon, too. They are in need of a loadout refresh.
Absolutely. We see Alley Boy getting a knock on Trevorly there, and Clark able to come in and get that finish. This team, I'm a little bit scared of them if I was like anyone else. Uncle Sleuth being able to find Qual. Qual plays very good last game as well. So the reigning champions also able to pick up eliminations. They're not slowing down.
We are going to see a frenetic pace across the next couple of minutes of play. There are 50 players left standing, and you can see how small the Eye of the Storm is. That Storm Surge getting activated as well, and teams moving in even above the threshold. Skelly sees targets to start hitting, but it's just kind of a handshake. Everybody's like, all right, well, we're all rotating at the same time. Let's just finish our rotations, and then we can start fighting.
Absolutely. Skelly, they're coming in with the Flex SMG, a super unique gun, able to hip fire at a super fast speed, but whenever you scope in on it, it shoots more like an assault rifle. Here is now where I'm talking about where those 7 sliders are going to come in with such a unique level of movement, because you see everyone using those overdrive grenades to shockwave, tactical sprint, and jump into zone. But if you have those 7 sliders, you have that strafe, that movement. You're able to not use that utility, as Tittles actually gets knocked down by Golden Striker, and he's able to get that finish also. That's big.
Yeah, that's another point that will have impact on the overall standings. But look at everyone joining us in the Eye of the Storm. It's about to get intense as we're seeing eliminations raining in, but now everyone converging for our big-time fight. Trixera looking for Daniel, and out in the open, Daniel's
gonna get it?
tracked
Yes, he is.
and is downed. Not going to finish it, just knocked for now, as you can't really risk your ammo, risk your position, as there are other players to take out. Robbie sent to cyberspace as well. Trixera and Agua racking up the limbs.
Pengs has watched, also finding a knock on Kiwi 6. We see Trixera was running that Flex SMG I was just talking about, which is super unique, and I've never thought about it this way, but it's really good to see that, especially in these end games here, where you're able to, you need that high rate of fire, but you also need that higher damage at a further range.
Going in, Agua sticking in the trees, a friend of the Lorax apparently, but Trixera, their teammate, downed and out.
No!
Aqua's left alone, now healing up in the skies, so we'll see how they play now that they are a solo. Velix sent to the next drop as well. They'll have to spectate the rest of this lobby, as we have just over 20 teams left, as everybody is falling. Velix still crawling, actually, not done with this one quite yet. Maybe they can get to their teammate, but Vexy moving in not having any of this pacificity nonsense. They want eliminations, and they want it now. Getting good high ground, trying to figure out where everybody is, but be careful now that they are a solo. Bash is gone.
Uncle Sleuth and Six also got taken out. The reigning champions from last game going out at 18th place. I don't know if they had any eliminations, but that is not good if you are them. I did notice that Clark was able to pick up a kill, meaning Alleyboy and Clark are still alive. They're doing well. You see them in the bottom there as well. Ollie Otter, they're trying to, he takes a lot of damage there, able to pop the chug. Sizzle's going down as well. This is just absolute chaos. Vexy running under the map. Not many builds. You have one build, but 310 there on the chug jug. You're able to sit there in zone if you really need to.
Well, they will be well equipped for a heal off should it come to that, but watching again as the eye is shifting and caught behind. Dave plays outside of the eye at the moment. Komodo's got to be careful. Pop that chug jug quick as they are low on HP. Fortunately, do have the cover of Ichiban, their teammate. So that's nice. Working in tandem together. One player healing up, the other watching their back. Komodo now back up to full health, but still, everyone is struggling, running low on materials, running low on healing. Mr. Boat in the storm right now, trying to shift over to that next bit of Sanctuary. Ego Deal out in the open at the moment, but building up along with Ollie. If you've still got your duo at this point, you're in a good spot.
Absolutely. So if you take a look, let's do some math real quick. There's 11 players left. 9 players left.
Good luck.
Thank you. And 7 teams. If you do the math, there's only 2 duos out there right now. It's a 4v1, 1v1, and etc. As Vex able to get a finish there on Vaxify. And this is just now coming down to pretty much a solos game. Clark and Alleyboy going to be the remaining duo left. We were talking about them all game. This is going to be such a big end game for them. If they're able to take a bunch of 2v1s instead of just getting a bunch of 1v1s and potentially losing your teammate, this could be big. They could try and frag out.
Hailing from XPL Orange County, Clark and Alleyboy. Watched a good bit of them on Drop 1. Didn't have this sort of success, though. It could be theirs. Clark jumps on Blackout, and we'll take another team out as Frenchie goes down as well as up above. Ollie and Ego Dill, another duo left standing. 2 teams left that still have both players in their duo. And Ego Dill and Ollie are in a really good position. Clark and Alleyboy are stuck playing the low ground, while Ollie and Ego Dill have the skies to themselves.
It's a 2v1 here. Ollie and Ego Dill, and then Clark and Alleyboy. This is really what the end of the game is looking like here, as Ollie is becoming an enemy of the Lorax trying to shoot this tree. I'm wondering where our last solo is, just hiding out somewhere. I don't know. He's just kind of ratting, waiting for maybe
Speed.
the team on top to drop. Speed 7, just kind of sitting, ratting, doing his own thing. 26 builds is a decent amount of builds, along with that 180 chug. Yeah, 180 total on the chug. This is big, and he's just going to rat it out and try to play second here.
Want to note as well, Alleyboy and Clark have a lot of healing left. Ollie and Ego Dill do not. So if it comes down to a heal off, then we will see Clark and Alleyboy in a great spot, but they just take the fight right to Ego Dill and Ollie, who is now the last player up in this duo, but they are very much up, have the high ground, and they are raining bullets down, but now caught in the storm. Alleyboy and Clark trying to get up to them, but they got speed to deal with. The last remaining solo has just gone down, so it is now a 2v1, but the one has high ground. Ollie up into the skies, does clock Alley. Now they're falling down, but strength in numbers. Alleyboy and Clark are your winners.
We were talking about them all game from the rip. We saw them off at Sinister Strip. No intention to rhyme there, but we saw them take that fight early, get the kill on the team that placed higher last game. We were talking about them at the start. I'm forgetting right now because I'm all just caught up in the hype. This is so crazy. But we saw them early just be aggressive. We saw them try to take the fights whenever they could. They didn't really play a lot of position. We saw them kind of creep up on some teams, get some damage, back off. See them get third party, then they jump in and they get the attack, they get the kill. A lot of placement there, but also a lot of eliminations. And that, I think, is really going to put them and set them apart on the leaderboard.
I'm really impressed as well. They were the players stuck on the bottom of the fight, that last 2-on-2 that we had, but they didn't try for a heal off. They didn't try to just sit there and see if Ego, Dill, and Ollie would come down to them. They used the overdrive grenades to take the fight to the team on the high ground, and I think we've all watched Star Wars. That's not usually what you want to do.
Nope.
The high ground is a strength for a reason, but it didn't matter. Ego, Dill, and Ollie taken out as Alley Boy and Clark get another big win for the XPL.
Yeah, I mean, it's absolutely insane. A win, there's only 6 games too. So for a win for this team here is just such a big momentum shifter too, going now into our 3rd and final game here. It's gonna be crazy to see where Six and Vicky and how Alley Boy and Clark kind of clash and combine in this game, because I got a feeling they're both going to make it to the end game, but only time will tell. We're going to run into a quick break, and we'll be back with Drop 3 of Fortnite here at the Esports Series Championship. We'll be right back.
trading can feel high stakes. Not here. Let me explain. When your figs go away, your characters stay. And every trade means new hatches for both players.
Welcome back to Full Sail University, currently hosting the Esports Series Championship Nationals here in beautiful, if not a little hot, Orlando, Florida. Still Bepic and Dino on the call. We're getting geared up for drop number 3. Dino, you ready?
Oh, yeah, man. I'm excited. I want to make a little adjustment to what you said about Orlando a second ago. Not only is it hot, but it's the humidity. That's what'll get you. Let me tell you, it is hot. It is humid. I step outside from getting a shower, and I already need another one. It's that bad, man. It's awful.
Well, I thought you were going to prop up Orlando for a second, this being your hometown. But,
no. We got Disney, we got Universal, but, like, other than that, and Full Sail, of course. Sorry, but this I feel like this is greater Orlando, you know? But, like, you got, touristy Orlando, I-4, Universal, Disney, SeaWorld. Nah, not my thing right now, not this time of year.
Well, that's why we play esports and stay inside in the greatest invention known to man, air conditioning. So we're getting ready for the third drop, but before we get into it, I do want to mention we've talked about metal, we've cracked the cans open, we've talked about the rings, but have we talked about the Earthlings yet?
No,
I know that the host just did it in the venue, but I mean, I was talking to the guy running the booth earlier. These little guys, little collectibles. That's our here for purchase if you are in the venue. But you unlock your little blocky guy. I don't know who we've got right here.
No,
and then
are we able to unbox them?
I don't know. I feel like they look pretty good in the box. We'll have to go unbox some off camera. Maybe tomorrow.
Yeah,
we do such a good job. They let us unbox these and then start trading them on our phones.
That'd be
tomorrow.
Great. Something else I noticed too. There's a lanyard inside too. So like you get your little Earthling and you can wear them around and drip them out. I love it.
All right, well, check out Earthlings if you are in the venue. Check them out online as well if you're not. But focusing on the Fortnite, I was also doing some digging into the numbers, Dino. I'm looking at the standings right now on my laptop, and there's something crazy going on. We've had 2 winners so far. You get 25 points plus your elims added to your total, and our 2 winners are in 4th place and 5th place right now, respectively. The number 1 team right now with 49 points, which is 10 more than 2nd place.
Whoa.
And that's XPL Burleson, Wolfpack Delta, Speed and Minnow. You might recognize the names.
Yeah.
They are dominating right now, 10 points ahead of 2nd place, and they have not won. So it's more about consistency, I feel like, than just coming out on top and then falling off a bit.
Yeah, because if we take a look at their placements and you wanted to dive a little deeper into their stats, we saw that Speed and Minnow consistently made endgame in those first 2 drops, which obviously means they had more opportunities to get kills. But our 1st and our 2nd place teams didn't make endgame both times.
Yeah.
So I think Speed and Minnow, with a combination of their aggressiveness and their ability to stay alive towards the end of the game, I think is really where a lot of those points came from. Obviously, like, you're right, you can place and do just fine, but Speed and Minnow are obviously showing that you also got to get kills. It's not always about winning sometimes.
They've got 13 eliminations as well.
Between the 2 games?
Between the 2 games, which is the most out of everyone competing here right now.
Averaging 6.5 kills a game?
Yeah, they are on it right now, at least to the first 2 drops. But you got to stay consistent all the way through day 1 and day 2, because your points stack. It's not like place, top whatever on day 1 and then to qualify for day 2. No, it is all one competition across 2 days, and every drop matters. So right now for Wolfpack Delta of XPL Burleson, they're sitting pretty. But I also want to point out our 6th place team right now, XPL Orange County Beta. They have 31 placement points, which is tied for the 2nd most, but they're stuck in 6th right now because they've only got 5 eliminations. If they were kind of up with the rest of the teams in the top 5, like the average is probably like 8 or 9 total for the top 5 at the moment, they'd be in 2nd place. No problem if they're around 9 or 10 eliminations. So it's both sides of the coin. Yes, you want consistent placements, but at the same time, eliminations really can impact your standing.
Right, I completely agree. I think if you're their coach looking into going into this next game, I would take a look at these stats. I would see, hey, these players have these kills. These players have these kills. You guys have this placement. Why don't you try to move towards that middle of the Venn diagram there and maybe play a little bit more aggressive? Sure, maybe you lose that that 31 placement points, but maybe you gain it back in getting 7, 8, 9 eliminations this game. That'll really shoot them up there, especially with the unpredictability of this league. We saw first and second place go out early in the first 2 games, in the games after, they had won. So I don't know. I think this team you're talking about, this beta team, they got a shot. They got a real shot. You're making it seem like it's possible.
I do have to point out as well, with VHEL versus XPL, the XPL have 9 of the top 10 teams. Sorry, 9 of the top 10 teams. So XPL's looking pretty good right now. But there are still 4 drops total left to go. We're about to get set for our last one. But, drop number 1, I think, for everybody was a feeling out drop. They were playing passive, getting used to where everyone was coming from, how aggressive to go, what sort of rotation to be looking for. Drop 2, did you notice any big changes, Dino?
Yeah, so I noticed that teams were still feeling the ground, but instead of like fighting, initially kind of they did what Clark and Ali Boy did, was they kind of fought, stepped back, and then pounced again. So I think maybe this game, if it's any sort of evolutionary timeline, we'll see that these teams are just going to go straight in for that fight. I think we're going to get a lot of early game action going into this one.
Sinister Strip was the hot drop in
absolutely.
that last map, and we'll see if that remains the case. I know we were expecting to see a lot more action around the Battle Woods. We really haven't. I don't know if that's just by way of who we've been spectating. We've seen some good fights near the Shaken Sanctuary, Sinister Strip, obviously. Golden Grove as well has been a good spot to start as well, but nothing really happening in the Battle Woods. Do you know why that might be? You know the details more than I do.
I'm wondering if it's maybe of like a reverse psychology effect, and that everyone thinks everyone's going to the Battle Woods, so no one ends up going to the Battle Woods. Same thing with Wonky Land. The two POIs that we kind of called out, like, I'm really excited to see where there's been no action.
Which is crazy. I really did think Walking Land would be another hot spot to go to, but guess not. And that's why these kids are in the championship, and I suppose we're not at the moment. They know where to go. They know how to start hot. And we did see a good bit of early game action before slowing down a bit on drop number 2. And I wonder now, with kind of an extended break, everybody getting a little bit of lunch in them, everyone taking a moment to get their bearings, see where they're at on the standings as well, and figure out what the game plan is going into drop 3. Because right now, if you're not a top 15 team right now, you should start upping the aggression, I feel like.
Yeah, I totally agree. Given, to their point, they do have tomorrow.
That's true.
However, the people that are performing well today, very likely they're going to perform well tomorrow. So if I'm not a top 15 team, if I'm in their bench, I'm in their corner in the ring, I'm going to tell them to frag out. I expect that these teams, these names that we haven't really been saying a lot of today, I think these names are going to make themselves known, whether if they're fighting and taking names or they get taken early. It's just going to be a matter of showing up when it matters most. If you're a bottom 15, that time is right now.
Yes.
You gotta wake up. This is the national stage. Wake up, lock in, let's go. Get some kills early. Get some elim points.
And you hope that everybody's settling into the environment too. Because in these sorts of competitions, you do have to lock in quickly. Yeah, you can take that first game to maybe figure things out, understand how you should be sitting in your chair, how you should hold your arms on the table. That might be a different size than what you're used to. Just small stuff like that, what we kind of talked about at the start of the broadcast. You've got to have figured that out by now. You need to be comfortable in this environment where there's a lot of talking going on. You've got a lot of people behind you, whether they're family or friends or just random spectators. That's something you have to get used to at the high school level. Hopefully then, especially when you graduate and start playing more lands at the collegiate level too, because that's never going to change at this scale. Yeah, maybe some of these kids one day will be up on a stage where there's no one necessarily behind you. Maybe there's an arena in front of you if they get to the FNCS level. But as you move along in your scholastic career especially, these are the sorts of events that prepare you for the future. And if you can figure it out in the middle of the event, I think you're doing pretty good.
Yeah, I'd say so. I think if I would feel an overall sense of defeat if any one of these teams went home and still felt uncomfortable performing in this kind of environment. I know that this tournament, it does come around once a year, so I don't know for a fact if there's any repeat players here, but there very well could be.
I'm sure there are a few.
There could be a couple players that are getting used to things still. And there's other players that are maybe more seasoned vets, if you will. I'm taking a look at some of the screens in the lobby here as we are getting ready. Players are loading up, getting ready to jump in to our final drop. But I think we're still waiting on a few people, so it might just be a few more minutes. But yeah, man, it's going well.
It's more time to think about things,
yes,
whether that's good or bad.
Oh, yeah, no,
some people might just want to get into it.
If I'm a bottom 15 team, I want to get this over with. I want to jump in. I'm stressing for those people.
You let the gameplay do the talking.
Yep.
And I always hate when in the little competition that I did, I hated those like 5 to 10 minutes right before a match where you got the butterflies, you know what's about to happen, you know you're going to be comfortable once you actually start getting into the action and feel the flow of the game and you get the comms going with your teammate. But man, just to be sitting here waiting for the game to start, that is so nerve-wracking, especially what's at stake right now, because you know that if you don't do well here in drop 3, you have to move on with the rest of your Thursday knowing that stuff didn't go your way today.
And then to sleep on that too, and then that just puts so much more pressure on you on Friday. I just feel that Jeopardy music coming on now, man. I feel that Jeopardy music coming on. We're chilling, we're waiting, but yeah, like you said, going into like tomorrow too. If some of these bottom 15 teams, obviously not all of them are gonna come up, on top, right? So some of them, you're gonna walk away with that sense of disappointment. Like we said earlier, somebody is going to lose today. So I don't know. I want to kind of bring up to the point that esports is just as much about how much you can do with your mouse and your keyboard, just as much as it's a mental game too.
It is. The mechanical side is pretty important, but you're right. And you see this on LAN a lot more too, where mechanics kind of dip just a little bit because everyone's a little bit uncomfortable. That's when the mental side really does play an effect, and why it's so important to have coaches right behind you, like the XPL and VHEL have. I mean, the coaches, they've got good support structures. We see a lot of parents. In fact, can we put the camera that shows the venue back up on screen? Because if you're joining us late, we showed it off earlier, and you kind of see it in between breaks, but I think it's worth showing just how many people are here supporting these kids on what is a national stage. We have teams from all across the United States. I mean, teams from Texas, teams from Tennessee, California, Vegas as well. I mean, we have come from all over to Orlando, Florida, and Full Sail University to get set for this, and that takes a lot of people that aren't just the 96 players that are in the lobby.
Oh yeah, for sure. I mean, I'll go right off of that. I mean, big shout out to all the people in the back doing production, people out here running lights, people doing audio. I mean, it's amazing. I'm thankful for all of them. Without it, sure, it doesn't happen without the players, but the people setting up the computers, people installing games in the wee hour of night. I think they were here till 11:30 last night or something, just setting up this event to make sure it happens today. So if you're here, be sure to find someone working here and just let them know how thankful you are just for them showing up, because without them, none of this is happening. None of these lasers are going off. There's no fog effects, and ultimately there's no support in the crowd.
Especially in the sponsors too.
Yes,
and this is a big part of esports. It's not easy to get sponsors, not easy to find companies willing to put their faith in what we know is a fantastic, engaging product. But companies like Metal, like Earthlings as well, the names that are behind us on the backdrop, these are important. So if you're out there right now, make sure you do support the products that then support high school and scholastic esports. And there we go. That's the venue shot I was looking for, because that's roughly maybe a fifth of the entire venue that we're seeing on
this
camera.
Top corner, over here. But when I tell you, there's all the way over here.
So many people.
It's insane. Back there, we got the Earthlings, we got the Metal company as well in the back. I know there was something out in the lobby too, another sponsor. So just to see all these people here supporting and celebrating, that's because not only is this about just family, supporting your family, but it's also for some supporting your kids. And if kids, if you want to go ahead and do this for a living, this is a great entry level thing for them, and as a parent, like, I understand why the moms are nervous again too, because I couldn't be more proud of them if I was watching my little son doing this, you know.
And you can't control any of that as well. I mean, you got to just sit there and watch your kid do the work. You can prepare them.
It's like teaching them to drive.
It is, which I'm sure some of these parents either have in the near future or are currently going through at the moment. But we're gonna go to a break in a second. But before we do, I want to reemphasize one of the things at stake with this competition.
Yes,
we've got the rings, and we showed these off at the start. But I mean, look at these championship rings. These are specifically for the winning Fortnite duo, and these are genuine championship rings. And you've got the Fortnite engraving on the side as well. You can't see it on camera; it's too small. But up close, in person, you see how cool these rings are, how detailed they are. And so the fact that we've got championship rings that are sparkling in the light with the amount of gems they've got on the front of it doesn't feel so entry level anymore, does it?
No, I stand corrected. I used the wrong terminology.
No, it's a good place to start, but I mean that's how far esports has come, because this is the entry level for a lot of these kids. But like we got championship rings,
but still high stakes.
Yes. Entry level, but still high stakes. All right, we got to consider those high stakes and getting everybody prepared for the third and final Fortnite drop today here at the Esports Series Championship Nationals. We're going to a break, but don't go too far because we will be right back.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the National Esports Championship. Day 1, but drop 3 of Fortnite coming up very soon. Players are loading into the lobby. The vibes are high. The players scooting off to the side, or the parents scooting off to the side. Players feeling good. I mean, it's overall vibes are pretty high. How you feeling?
I would say so. Vibes are pretty high. We didn't get that post-lunch sort of droll where everyone's a little full, a little sluggish. No, everyone has stayed locked in. They're hydrating well, water, metal, whatever it takes to get focused for this final Fortnite drop. And we are starting very soon. Final drop of the day, I should say. 3 more tomorrow, which are still very impactful. But you want to end day 1 on a high note.
Oh, absolutely, especially before, as we were talking about those bottom 15 teams really needing to show up here, showing up and showing out on such a big stage such as this one. You know, it's crazy to me that, you know, like realistically, we've been here for, you know, 2.5 hours-ish, but it's felt like, you know, 30 minutes total, like outside of the games, you know?
It has flown by.
It
has to feel that way, especially for the teams that are kind of on the bottom half of the table right now, that didn't have the best start to their tournament, but still want a shot at winning a national championship here.
Getting that ring.
Those 2 rings for the winning duo. And right now, if you are on the bottom side of the table with everything compiling this weekend, you need to start picking it up right now. We talked a little bit about that before we broke earlier, getting ready for drop 3, but you gotta lock in here. You need to finish this day off right. So if that takes an extra talking to from your coach, extra replay review, whatever it takes, you got to do it.
Yes, to bring that up, it was really smooth transition. I wanted to talk about here how we saw, I believe that 6 and his
Sleuth.
Yeah, 6 and Sleuth here. They were literally watching film like it was a football team after practice. They were watching film, studying their enemies, studying everyone else in this room, how they work, how they take fights, how they rotate. I saw them watching what edits they prefer, the top left, top right. It was kind of crazy. They were diving into that much detail about what their enemies do. But another thing about that is I didn't see anyone else doing that. So that just goes to show that, at least from my end, maybe they were on the other end, but that goes to show that the amount of preparation that these guys have and how important it is to them to be prepared and know as much as they can about the enemies really show me that they are honored to be here and that they're taking this seriously.
They are making the most of an opportunity like this, which is a big time chance to prove yourself on a national stage, get noticed by collegiate recruiters as well, and potentially have college scholarships offered. And that expands every single year. So the more that you put yourself out there at events like this, the more that you show off your stuff tangibly with casters, talking over your wins and your victory royales, and with demos now to show off, like, yeah, that was on LAN. I won an entire duo Fortnite lobby on LAN at a national championship, giving a scholarship.
Right. And to add on to that too, you never aren't being watched at an event like this. And that's kind of how the world is working today, where even if you're not in the game, people are going to notice when you're watching film, or if you're just, you know, chilling on your phone, not really talking to anybody between anything, or, you know, maybe going out in a positive way and networking with other people here, because I know we have 2 different kind of leagues here. So just going out and making yourself known. So, like, to repeat what I said, everyone's watching, everyone's noticing you here. I don't know if there are any scouts in the room, but if they are, I would be pretty impressed with what I've seen today so far.
And I think moments like that, seeing the hard work and the dedication that these esports athletes have to their craft, is a testament to the strength of parenting and coaching and teaching that we have going on in these youth leagues. So once again, big shout out to ESC for giving these kids an opportunity to learn and become better esports athletes, better humans, whatever they seek after these experiences. And again, we get to celebrate that with competition all weekend long. I mean, we've got Marvel Rivals and Overwatch on Saturday and Sunday too. We're looking at the pools for that at the start of the day. Got Apex Legends later on today too. Rocket League going on during this weekend. Even Minecraft Bed Wars. I'm excited crazy for that too.
I'm crazy about that. Like, I saw it on the thing and I was like, that's a typo, right? Like, there's no way we're actually doing Bed Wars. I come up today, go in the prod room, look at that. Bed Wars is on the stinking schedule. Like,
Yes.
it's absolutely crazy to me that that's actually still even being played at a high rank level. I was playing Bed Wars back in like 2018. I
Yep.
didn't know people still did this.
And I wish that I had a league like this back in 2017, 2018. Because me and my duo in Bed Wars used to go on like 40-game win streaks in twos. And I didn't have any sort of place to express that skill competitively. Yeah, there was some side stuff for money, but that was nowhere near as organized as something like VHEL or ESC, XPL, all the entities coming together to give these kids a place to compete. So I'm immensely jealous. But, you know, at least we get to take part in the action, Dino. We get to watch them. We get to cast them. I will be sats for Bed Wars especially, as that's going to be action-packed. Apex later as well. I know we'll be locked in for that too.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to Apex Legends later, especially since they, if I'm not mistaken, they dropped a new split recently. So that means that some legends have been buffed. I know Pathfinder got a buff. I know Seer got a buff. I know Axel got nerfed. So like there's going to be some big changes. I'm very interested to see how it's going to play because the update's only been out for 2 or 3 days. So like it's gonna definitely shake things up, and I'm excited to see how these collegiate players, these high school scholastic players, adjust to the changes.
All right, so they better be preparing like our two sleuth and 6 players that we're watching replays in between drops, and hopefully everyone playing Apex later is as well coached as those two, and everybody else replay reviewing. And surely there had to be more because we've had several top-notch teams. I mean, 6 and Sleuth are only in 4th place right now. We've got 3 teams that are better than them, another team that's sitting in 5th at the moment, and a whole host of squads that round out a very competitive top 15 right now. I mean, right now, if you go to 11th place, you're there at 31 points, which is only 8 points behind 2nd, which in the grand scheme of things, that is a tight competition. So let's see who can separate themselves from the rest of the field if XPL, Burleson, Wolfpack, Delta can increase their 10-point lead with a strong drop 3. But away we go. And that battle bus is splitting wonky land. Maybe we get some more action there, Dino.
I'm hoping so. So what I've noticed already is that everyone is going towards that left side of the map. Never mind. I'm blind. So it turns out these players are actually splitting themselves here. It looks like 2 teams are dropping at Wonky Land. A couple of teams are rotating towards the Battle Woods. Some people already on the ground over at Heatwave Harbor here, as it looks like, I'm not sure what that item is. That must be a newer item that Fatal has. I don't even know what that is. I've never seen that before.
Well, it's gone now. Fatal consuming that
Mystery item.
And setting up well, does have a pistol and a couple of mini shield potions getting ready for potentially that first fight, which we see elsewhere. Ego Dill, top 2 in the last drop, maybe taking out some frustrations here with an early elim.
I just heard some sort of scream come out from a player here, so I'm wondering if maybe a top-tier contender was eliminated early? I'm looking at the kill feed. I'm not really seeing anything as Ego Dill very early getting a nice pick off of New Sanctuary and Cluster Coast. He's walking up now on Yaffe and Aesthetic?
Looks like Aesthetic playing with the font sizes. Ego Dill doing a little bit of scouting there with Ollie moving forward too. Maybe they'll try and cut off a rotation in later on down the line. I'll have to keep an eye on the elim feed in that top left, but right now, Shaken Sanctuary, a couple of teams circling as Luck is maybe looking for a way in at the moment, aiming for a team that poked their head around a corner, maybe donate some early points because Little Raimi Reaper, their teammate, are down. So this is a solo player.
Yeah, it's interesting to see here too. We have Elvis here over at Chop Shop. Chop Shop has good loot, don't get me wrong, but what I don't like about it is the mats. They are absolutely horrendous. Pangs' Wash going down a little bit early as Golden Striker now rotating to maybe make some sort of a finish here. No. Elvis able to get the crack on him. Unfortunately, that other player is going to be able to run away, now making a little bit of a loadout adjustment, and it turns out looks like his teammate Pixel was able to pick up the other elimination, and now Chop Shop belongs to Elvis.
So that is a team wipe for Elvis and Pixel taking full command of Chop Shop. Yeah, and I mean, you called it out. The loot pretty good there, and so they will have it all to themselves. But Latte landing a bit of a standoff right now. Bash and Vexy up in the high ground. Prime time. Clout AI sitting, lurking, trying to see if Vexy or Bash want to make any moves, and I'm sure those moves will go punished if they happen.
Absolutely. Which I feel like a Western. Whoa. Oh, is there someone in there? Oh no, Cloud AI taking a little bit of that's a nice play on Cloud. I see what they did there. That was smooth. Taking a little bit of damage, dipping into the bush there to try to get that chug jug off. Unfortunately, takes 10 fall damage off of that rotate as well. Maybe this blue chest will have something to help him out. It does have the 7 sliders. We were talking about that. Very, very important rotation tool. You can heal while taking them as well, as he was just showcasing. As we now rotate over to Jimmy37 and his duo in Heatwave Harbor.
Kitted out, pretty solid loadouts, as they will be well equipped with healing and shields, but we'll have to rotate through players more than likely. But moving out to that island a little west of Heatwave Harbor, so definitely taking their time with it. And why not? You're at the start. You want to make sure you've got enough materials and healing to set yourself up for success as the fights start to break out in stages 2, 3, and 4 of the storm moving in. So if you can maybe go fishing a little bit, grab maybe a Midas fish, a legendary fish, whatever can help you.
Yeah, it's interesting to me how they rotate. They're rotating aggressively out of zone. They're really trying to play this kind of passive. Sure, maybe someone already rotated through there as Eris finds a knock on Timmy. But it's very interesting to see this team that I believe is one of the bottom 15 teams. They're continuing to play things passively. Sure, they're grabbing mats. Sure, Eris actually gets knocked by Fatal here. Blackout finds one too. But it's interesting to see how they're playing the edge of the zone. They're getting mats here where nobody else is. They're kind of alone on this island, this stick of land between Heatwave Harbor and Calamari Canyon. As we now rotate over to the other side of the map, we got Le Ravine James, the people that were ratting under the map a little bit ago. But now they're in broad daylight, rocking the Lance Head pistol. Maybe they'll get that knock you were talking about. There you go.
Yes, I still am waiting for the magazine elimination with that Lance Head pistol. Haven't seen it yet, at least not on broadcast, but a guy can dream. So maybe Le Ravine James. If anyone was going to do it, it would be Le Ravine James.
Oh, absolutely. We take a look at the map now. Teams are honestly pretty evenly spread out. You take a look around Golden Grove, a little bit southwest of Golden Grove. You've got that little bit of conglomerate teamage there. But then when it comes to people inside the zone, again, Battlewood's completely free. Haydenator now taking a fight near Heatwave Harbor with Trevor Lilly. Trevor Lilly. That's a fun name. Flex SMG coming out, builds coming out all over the place. Let's see what they can do.
Oh, Chocobo Jake is caught out in the open trying to outbuild the pace of that Flex SMG, but is caught out. Haydenator trying to find the final tag and will eliminate Jake there. And so dropping it down with Trevor Illy, looking for the final team. Did it get them? Did I miss the second elimination? As it looks like that area has been cleared, so I think they've got themselves that team fight victory.
Trevor Illy has a very split loadout here. They have pretty decent mats. You know, they're 3-3-3 on mats, and they're actually following that duck race as well. That'll give pretty good loot. Actually, Mr. Boat, they're fighting under where we saw Le Ravine James last game. This is a very small, very compressed area. Condog and AI Digital fighting for their life here. Now they're split. Mr. Boat going to move up, try to take some space. Thankfully, AI Digital able to claim it back, but he's getting ripped. Now they're going to travel up the zip line, and they're just going to probably hold Mr. Boat as he sits under the map.
This is so aggressive from Mr. Boj, but sitting in 14th place right now, it seems like Mr. Boj and Skelly, their teammates, are feeling the pressure to make moves because they're sitting at a pretty respectable 14 placement points, 7 elim points in the top 15, but at this point, maybe they're feeling like they should be in the top 10, top 5 to really make a move going into tomorrow for that first place. So seeking after eliminations at the moment, a good fight for them to take, especially with how successful they got. Some good damage. Storm Surge might be coming into play a little bit later on, and so the net damage increase is always nice, which is exactly what Slurpee Chill and Miles just got for themselves.
Yes, man. We see he's running the Chewbacca skin. I respect that. I hope he goes far, literally just for that reason. Let's take a look at the amount of people left as round 3 starts to close in about 20 seconds here. 73 people left here in the match. 38 teams, 38 duos out of a potential 48. Now they're getting Daniel Dude's getting shot in the back here, but I want to point out this is a very unique movement. I've not seen this before. I want to point out the people left already. So if we go back to game 1, there was about 85 people left at this point in the game. We can see now that teams are getting a little bit more comfortable. They're feeling better with each other, and they're feeling more comfortable fighting. We can see that teams are starting to take early fights as Daniel Dude now getting run up on by Either Bean in the back. Thankfully, he's able to box around, get the loot. Either Bean taking out Daniel Dude 2000 in an unfortunate turn of a third-party event.
And that leaves Dave Plays as the last member of that duo left standing. Seeing Daniel fall, Dave will have to do some recovering now, making sure that the shields and the HP are in a good place. They've got a decent loadout. They've got overdrive grenades if they want to get out of dodge, but at the moment, feeling the wrath of the team that just took out their teammate. Has the Storm moving in quickly as well with a squad running up behind him. So we'll see if he recognizes this as an opportunity to maybe get some extra damage, set himself up for the long con as this game goes along. But running right past as we don't see anything fill the kill feed. So I think we're choosing pacificity right now if you're Dave.
Clark and Alley Boy here, previous champions of the last game, now rotating in. We have Clark running the explosive, I believe that is the explosive rifle, the cube explosive rifle. I think it's what it's called. That's the gun I was talking about earlier that has that splash damage that can just be so oppressive, especially in that endgame scenario. Alley Boy running the 400 Chug Jug combo. This is they're setting themselves up for a pretty good position. They're in a good spot under a bit of a mountain, so they're taking the Anakin route with a bit of a low ground. But at the end of the day, Anakin still came out hurt but alive.
Yeah, and we saw in the last game that Alley Boy and Clark, obviously very experienced. They're no Wookiees.
No,
they play the Anakin route, not the Chewbacca route. That's we saw a player rocking the Chewbacca skin a few minutes ago. But look at that, Haydenator taking some licks from Clark, just opening up a gap in their structure, and cut down to half health, but we'll be able to heal up.
Alley Boy using a very nice technique, being able to jump up and edit that cone, so he's kind of able to just get free walls on who's around him. He's going to drop down now and maybe trying to get an alt angle on either Trevor, Lily, or his duo that just took like a beautiful rip from Clark there. Good mid-game scenario here for them so far. We're going to turn over to Sloth. And yeah, I mean, as far as his loot goes too, I mean, 3 big pots, 200 Chug Jug, that's nothing to complain about here as he's trying to take some pop shots at Squid and maybe try to avoid a little bit of that Storm Surge now. And I don't think he's able to find any picks.
No, not quite, but worth the attempt, giving up a little bit of positional information, trying to get some damage in. Loadout looking good there as well. Everyone looking good when it comes to the utility department, the ammo department. Matt's as well in a strong spot. I think it's about time we start to see more and more fights. It's now on the south side of Battlewoods. We see a few teams converging. There are a few squads on the minimap I'm seeing fighting it out towards the north end of the Battlewoods. Potentially, maybe that's one team. I can't quite tell. We'll see if the kill feed starts lighting up as a team has been dropped as Qual and Outcast have left us for the day. I'll have to think about day 2 when it comes to getting some more points, climbing back up the leaderboard. But right now, we're going back to Clark and Alley Boy.
Team to watch, though, was the team that we were just watching, Either Bean and Shammy. I know they didn't really have the best performance coming out, though, but they're coming out, at least on this game, very hot. They've been very aggressive. I don't remember their elimination count off the rip, but they're doing very well as far as making themselves known and making themselves a threat, saying, hey, we're here to play. It may have taken us a couple games to, get there, but we're looking good. Do you have information on those kills?
Yeah, 4 eliminations for those two across the first couple of drops. They're sitting in 26th place.
Ooh.
So maybe another instance of a squad upping the aggression, focusing more on taking fights and trusting your instincts and your natural ability to win fights. Not playing scared, playing confident, and that's what you need at a championship like this. You got to play confident. You have to trust in all the hours that you've put in to get to this point, to prepare your game for a moment like these ESC Nationals.
We see Ollie Otter now taking a look over at La Ravine James and Chef Jack through the cone, facing the build as well as the first zone starts to close in on itself with about 15 seconds to go. 35 teams here still, a lot of teams to go. Storm Surge is definitely going to be a bit of a factor here as the rotations start to come out as well. Pop shots coming out from Ollie Otter. Trixera going down to Brand Mullen, as well as Augustus to Hayes. The Storm Eye is closing, and we're going to get the good action coming up real soon.
You can see how many teams are on the mini-map right now.
Yeah.
I mean, that has to be 12 or so teams that are trying to rotate into the Eye of the Storm. A few safe, a few caught in a clump just north of Calamari Canyon. So we'll start to see some teams leaving us with just 1 point plus elims in this third drop. But either being with 2, Chamois with 1, they got to be feeling good, almost matching their first 2 drop elim totals in this third one.
Absolutely. If at the point that you were saying earlier too, with all of these teams, 17 of the remaining 34 are already in zone, and there's probably more now since I counted just a moment ago. So those rotations are coming out. The zone pulling in on itself a little bit, but not too aggressively here as we're looking at the south side of Calamari Canyon towards the west side of Sinister Strip. Excuse me, there's a little bit of water here in the way that I feel like could get in the way of these rotations. We also have the Void Blade boss still up. If anyone gets a little bit too close, then the other enemies are going to see that they're fighting this boss. Zone is pulling towards Sinister Strip. That's dangerous.
Oh,
They're going to see... Sorry, no, go ahead.
Now, how fitting is it that last game we saw so much action at the start around Sinister Strip, and now it's like Fortnite realizes that's where we want to go. That's where we want to see the game end.
We also saw Six and Sleuth rotating there immediately. But back to that that Void boss. Other teams, if you get too close, it's going to start to aggro you. Other teams are going to see that, and you're asking for a lobby focus there. So staying away from that boss might be the better play, even though at the end, if you win, you might end up with a mythic gun. I think you should stay away from it.
Yeah, probably not worth it at this stage of the game, as you probably got enough epics and legendaries to get you to the end in a good position. But look at this, Ollie quickly building a safe haven for them and Ego Dill. As there was a team nearby, there will be a lot of teams joining them. Some friendly faces, perhaps. In real life, not so much in Fortnite, joining them here in a moment as the Eye of the Storm keeps getting smaller and smaller. Look at all these 34 teams converging as Speed and Minnow currently sitting in first place overall. You can see them on the center of your screen right now. They could add to their totals. I mean, they are 10 points ahead of second at the moment. So for every minute that passes, every team that falls behind them, they just continue to exacerbate that lead.
Yeah, we see that they're also taking a prime spot right on the edge of that bridge as Squid goes down. We also saw Ravine James picking up a kill earlier. Maybe it was with the mag, who knows. Mr. Boat here taking a look through those builds, able to maybe try to find a peek of someone rotating. Alley Boy also finding a knock. Speed and Minnow shacked up on the side of this bridge here. Really decent position. Not exactly high ground, but you also don't want to push up for it too early. Ravine James finding another one with Ollie Otter getting shot in the back. Thankfully not knocked like we saw earlier. Wow, there's a lot going on as Zone pulls in closer to the middle of Sinister Strip.
Exactly what we wanted to see. Ollie Otter and Beetle right here. They're in second place overall. We haven't talked much about them. They've just been consistent top-ish placers. Not winning lobbies, but it's enough to get them into second place with 39 points overall. And now they've got themselves a couple legendary weapons too. But Ravine James playing a lurk position there, crouched underneath a larger structure built on top of them. But Lord Wraith going down now. Trevor Illy, we checked in on them and Haydenator a little bit earlier on in the game. You can see they've gotten 3 eliminations, now a top 30 as well. But be careful, Timmy. Got bullets flying behind you, and your back is not safe. Does manage to construct a shelter of safety around him with just 14 points of HP left. That was close for Timmy. Fatal was almost left alone.
That just goes to show how important that Storm Surge is, because yes, he's 350 above, but if he wasn't, that Storm Surge would have come in, struck him down, and he would have just gotten knocked due to Storm Surge, just like Condog did to Vexy just now. AI Digital falling out as well. We're seeing some of these big names that we've talked about a lot. Ravine James finding another one too. We're seeing a lot of these bigger names start to go out as this zone on Sinister Ships closing in on itself. Just under 50 players remaining now, and teams are getting in each other's faces.
Cool Pixel, the feet were spotted and toenails trimmed. Ichiban will lose their teammate. Astayama Slam notching an elimination, and Ichiban will get on out of there. So a bit of a loadout refresh if they want it, but not pushing for it quite yet. Modi and Quantize trying to build up to high ground, as in the middle of Sinister Strip, there will be a lot of points of potential high ground here. So making sure that you know how to access them, know where teams around you are, it's going to be paramount, because you could be caught from the side and not even know it.
Quantize and Modi here with only 1 elimination, but 27 builds. We can see that zone.
Oh.
Look at Sleuth and Vicky right now. They're just shocking off the top of the big orange, I don't even know what to call that, diamond in the middle of the Sinister Strip here. Six getting shot in the back, thankfully able to cover with 6 builds. He's down now to just that 1 Chug Jug left though, as they're actually sitting pretty comfortably on height.
And they were the winners of our first drop on the day. Now just 4 teams being eliminated away from getting some more placement points, but they'll settle for eliminations right now. 3 already, almost took out Minnow. Again, part of the first place duo at the moment, not including drop 3 points, but Trevor Illy has fallen. A player that we've seen get a couple eliminations throughout this third drop, 6 from the skies. Actually, it was Sleuth that got credit for the elimination, but both players did contribute, and now they have taken full control of the skies and are just picking players, trying to rotate into the eye of the storm off. They are in such a power position.
Speed 7 was able to, or unfortunately fell, but thankfully his duo was able to get another pick on Chef Jack. So even though Minnow is alone here, I'm struggling to find him in the mess of everything here.
Yeah, good luck.
Yeah, there he is, rotating out of zone. MV Minnow right now just playing as a solo. He's in second place, but he's playing with a team on his back right now. Ali Boy and Clark making rotations, trying to drop Frenchie. Are they able to do it? No. Shots coming in around from everywhere. One's in their box. Ali Boy goes down. Frenchie Bang able to get the knock, and we're going to fade off to Awesome Ian.
Those were 2 of our top 5 teams right now facing off. Winners of the last drop do lose half of their duo. Ollie dropping in. Ego Deal taken out as well. They were top 2 in drop 2, and now they will see themselves, I believe, 16th place. So they did get themselves 2 placement points.
Minnow
but
just went down.
That is not what they wanted, and Minnow dropping out as well. We are seeing a lot of top teams falling out on the bottom side of top 16 right now. We could be seeing a changing of the guard. Drop 3 is bringing some significant changes.
We see Ravine James go down, but also Sleuth and 6 just sitting on the high ground. Vexy and Bash just playing on the low. They're playing ultimate low ground here. 12 builds coming out. Zone almost completely closing all the way. Zone 10 of 12 as 6 keeps finding more on the high ground. 9 teams left. Ollie Otter, Beetle FN just walked right into Vexy's trap, and he gets pumped in the face.
He was the one waiting for them and still gets popped. Bash loses Vexy, might be able to get him back up, but it's going to be difficult to spend that much time rezzing your teammate. Robot Destroyer and Lathe in the late game right now. Top 8 at the moment. Only 7 teams left. Muzi and looks like Astayama both going down. Robot Destroyer lost as well. And so we are left with our 2 winners from Drop 1, 6 and Sleuth, against a host of new faces. Brand Mullen, maybe a little bit familiar, but Awesome Ian did well to get this far, but 6 will take them out. Unbelievable run right now for that Burleson Wolfpack Alpha squad that won earlier. They're getting a lot of big points here in Drop 3 as there are now 4 teams left.
Alley Boy losing Clark, and Clark just died now too, as Six and his duo are just sitting on top of the high ground 2v1 scenario. They're gonna drop. Oh my gosh! Oh! Uncle, wow. I mean, you can see it right there. Six and Sleuth able to take not only game 1, but also game 3, as now Fortnite for the ESC has come to a close for day 1.
A straight 1v1 to crown our champions of drop number 3. Give them 25 victory points, and then however many eliminations they got, tossed that on the pile of placement points too. An intense finish to day 1 of ESC Nationals Fortnite. We wouldn't have it any other way.
Absolutely not, Mr. Bepic. I mean, it's crazy to me that not only did they win game 1, they may have had a little bit of a rough on day 2, but they took that lunch break. I don't know what they were eating, but man, they were cooking. They were just sitting on height all end game. They were taking picks where they could. They didn't have to waste a lot of mats because you only have to build below you. You don't have to build above you, right? So the way that they were able to just get all those picks from the top of the map, they had probably 5 or 6, I think, just from sitting on that high ground. And then as soon as it turned into a 1v1, they dropped and they were able to get it done.
Crazy finish, showing off some of the clutch factor that everyone here has to have if they want to take these rings home, take a championship home with them. It's not easy to perform in the LAN environment, and we have seen that all throughout day 1. Esport 1 as well. Fortnite was just the beginning, Dinah. We've got Apex later on today. So many other esports being played this weekend, but I'm waiting on the update to the standings table to see who we've got, because that was a crazy end. We only saw Six and Sleuth in our top 5 of drop 3, and so that's 4 teams that dropped out a little bit early that I'm sure we're trying to get that win, really cement themselves as the top squad coming out of day 1.
Absolutely. Another team and specific player I want to point out is my guy LaRavine James.
Yes.
He may not have had a lot of kills in the first 2 games, but he definitely opened himself up in this last game, and he really turned on the Jets. I believe he placed, I think, 6th or 7th on the leaderboard, and he had a good bit of eliminations that game as well. Even though he may not be as high on the standings, he may not have been a top 15 team, I believe after that game he really set himself up and really made a name for himself going into these next 3 games tomorrow morning.
Well, if you want to follow along as well, of course, Valhallan.app is the website that has all of the current standings of today's competition, not just Fortnite, but for the other esports as well. So make sure you are following along there. Of course, thank you for watching on the ESC Nationals Twitch stream. And for those in person, I mean, they are being treated to a heck of an event. The pop-off after that last 1v1 win was loud. I
mean, I heard it through these things, noise canceling headphones, man. It was absolutely crazy. You can see now too just how you can take a look now how crowded the room is. This is a better shot of just how many people are here. You can see down at the bottom right over here just the sheer amount of computers that are here. And it's still bumping in here, man. Even though I thought maybe, a couple players would kind of phase out, after it was over. But no, everyone's waiting around. We're chilling. We're hanging out. And here we are. Now we're back over here. Hey, guys.
Hi, everyone. We're just getting started here at Full Sail University. 4 full days of the Esports Series Championship Nationals that we've got going. I'm going to give the standings another refresh as we do have updates. So, that
give them to me.
XPL Burleson Wolfpack Alpha are now sitting at 75 points. Woo! So that is Six and Sleuth. That run at the end, which I'm not sure where they finished. It was such a chaotic end to drop number 3, but they are sitting at 75 points. And in second place, we've got XPL Orange County Orion, which is Alley Boy and Clark, our other winners from earlier today. They are 22 points now behind first place.
Yikes.
That's almost a full win.
Oh my gosh. That win cemented themselves for day 2. They could have 2 bad games tomorrow and probably still be doing just fine.
Honestly, yeah, they've got a full game to drop as well,
Yeah.
which could be the placement earlier. I know they were outside the top 16. Six and Sleuth were for drop number 2. We didn't see them in the end game like we're now used to seeing them.
Yeah.
So that could be the one they drop. Maybe they have a rough run to start tomorrow. They've got some buffer room. They've got some stuff to think about. We were talking to Mama Sleuth, Mama Six earlier. They were telling us how nervous they were. I feel like they've got to be feeling maybe a little bit better now that Six and Sleuth are doing so well.
I do want to add though, after that game, I see Sleuth over here jump up. He high fives his teammate, and then the first thing he does is he runs to his mom, and he gives his mom the biggest hug I've ever seen. And I really feel like that was just such a heartwarming moment. And I feel like that's what makes, youth and scholastic esports just that so much better, that, maybe on a professional level, your mom's up in some suite somewhere, but down here at this level, your mom can be right behind you watching you play. And then you're able to just jump up and give her this big, thankful, be proud of me kind of embrace that just really encompasses love and what family and ultimately youth esports are all about.
Even on LAN, some things stay the same. At home, hopefully you're jumping up, hugging your mom after a big victory royale, and on LAN, doing the same exact thing. I love that, and it's an experience that you can only get at events like this. Of course, put together by the XP League and Valhalla Esports League, coming together to make the ESC Nationals, hosted by Full Sail, sponsored by Metal, by Earthlings, everyone pitching in to make this event special. But I believe that will do it for the Fortnite segments of ESC Nationals day number 1. Of course, we have Apex Legends coming up, so you and I have to make space for our Apex casters on the desk, because I know they're itching to get up here and get going. It's Battle Royale Thursday, and we thank you so much for joining us here at the Esports Series Championship Nationals so far. But strap in, we've got more to come. We'll see you later on for Apex.